Hello, everybody. How's everybody doing tonight? On this faithful Martin Luther King Day. But when you woke up, you saw nothing but snow. Not for you, you're lucky. It's snowing in my area. Can you go get the cat? He's hightailing into my room. He moved the pizza pan off the stove and tried to get inside the pan. It kind of barely snowed for you. I had a lot. It blanketed the entire town. All right. What happened last week? Do you know? Do you remember? Basically getting scammed. Well, Trucy was arrested, yes. She was pretty much scammed because she was made to sign one contract and underneath it was another contract that they wanted, which is illegal in almost every place you go. So yeah, we're going to be doing the trial portion of it now. April 28th, 9:15 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby, number 3. I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm Apollo Justice and I'm fine. Is Apollo okay? He's been muttering to himself all morning. He's been like this since yesterday. Guess the pressure of today's trial is getting to him. Polly, really tearing yourself up all over this. Get it together, Apollo. Nice, Athena. When did you get here? Try to relax a little bit, will you? You're getting yourself way too worked up. Yeah, but I'm all right. I'm fine. You know, I did a little digging on this Nyota Sadamadi guy. He's apparently not your run-of-the-mill prosecutor. Oh, yeah? What did you find out? Well, they say he wields an incredible power to actually read a trial's karma and its ultimate fate. What is that supposed to mean? I don't have all the details, but apparently he can foresee how the arguments will go and even lead his opponent. So the defense basically ends up going in whatever direction he has in his head. Man, this is a cakewalk if that's true. Emma did say she talked to him for us, though. Here's hoping that went well. In any case, it sounds like he's going to keep us on our toes. That's why I know you're ready. When I know I can leave Trucy the office to you. That's what Phoenix Wright. That's Phoenix Wright saying it to Apollo. Hello, Phoenix. So, Di, are you envisioning a Manfred von Karma moment in this? Hmm? Kinda. Still haven't forgotten the Manfred von Karma trial. Still haunts us to this very day. You want to go back to the first Ace Attorney game, Di? You want to relive that traumatic moment? I believe in you, Apollo. Mr. Wright is putting his faith in me. Can't let him down now. I'm fine. Fine. I'm fine. Here he goes again. Almost like he's chanting a prayer. I'm fine. Fine. I'm Apollo Justice and I'm fine. You say so, Apollo. Trial will start momentarily. Is the defense ready? Yes! We're fine! Chrissy's fate and the fate of the agency rest on this trial. This is justice. If ever there was a time to shine, it's now. April 28th, 9:30 a.m. District Court. Courtroom number 6. Currently can't use courtroom number 4 yet. Court is now in session for the trial of Trucy Wright. Defense is ready, Your Honor. And the prosecution? Prosecutor Sodmadi? It does. It was rude of me. I was praying for the victim. Oh, praying. Yes. Yes, I see. You're a Korean monk, right? Correct, prosecutor? Yes, that is correct. I am but a lowly monk for the kingdom of Korea. I beg in advance for the forgiveness and kind patience of everyone here in this. I am unfamiliar with the proceedings of this country. They make me blunder. Seems like such a gentle-mannered soul, doesn't he? Sir, Emma. Yes. Well then, Prosecutor Sadmati, your opening statement, if you would. Certainly. In the name of the Holy Mother, I vow to guide the victim's soul to a land of eternal peace known as the Twilight. Now, let the last rites of the victim begin. Yes, he's really been making a name for himself, apparently, but that nickname, Last Right Prosecutor, wonder how that will come into play. The incident took place in the middle of a spectacular magic. Now, Di, I want you to listen to the music into this game. You'll notice that there's different music for the American trial and the Korean trial. So listen carefully. The accused performed a magic trick in which he thrust the sword into a coffin from which the body of the victim then spilled out, dead from a fatal stabbing. The victim's name was Manov Mysteries, also known as the Great Mr. Rhea. His blood was found on the sword that was used during the magic. Autopsy report added to the court record. Now, when we looked at the video, the sword that Trucy had no blood onto it. So that's going to be our trump card, because the sword that she had in hand didn't have blood on it. So his death was just an unfortunate accident? It is only natural for one to assume as such. However, it was no mere accident, rather a homicide. The prosecution's position is such that this was a murder made to look like an accident. C. Believe this crime was committed by the defendant? After a thorough consideration of all the possible scenarios, I, unfortunately, had no other choices included. So that's how he... Huh? I guess Emma couldn't convince him after all. Very well. Now, let us hear from the defendant. Naturally, we will maintain that the defendant is innocent, Your Honor. But the defense put in mind. Could you please explain your reasoning? My reasoning? Well, I would have to say that my main reason is because I believe in the defendant. I see. You find it difficult to come up with anything more concrete than that, do you? What a fine demonstration of the fact that you are indeed a lawyer of putrid mind. A putrid mind. A putrid mind? Prosecutor said Marty. Excuse me, Guy, do you understand anything he said? No? Can you read what it says? Just so you know, this is intended. This is not Chinese or Japanese characters. That's exactly what the Korean character looks like. So that's intended. Kind of looks like Chinese or Japanese. It kind of looks like katakana. But it's supposed to resemble the Korean language. You don't mind me asking, prosecutor, what was that you were just chanting? A sutra of the Holy Mother that guides those of tainted souls towards enlightenment. It is a Korean incantation to awaken the foolish from their fruitless slumber, fitting for a lawyer who indulges in such fancy as the innocent of the accused. I see. So basically, you're asking the defense to get real? Allow me these few words, and it is my duty as a monk to punish sinners, to guide victims' souls to the twilight realm. Should you show repentance and admit to the accused killed now, harm will come to you. But should you interfere with my sacred last right to the victim, then I shall cast you down into the pit of hell, along with Trucy Wright. Now wait just 1 minute here. Putrid? Pit of hell? Is there any way to address someone in a court of law? Prosecutor Sodmati, that may be the way you conduct trials in Korean, but I would appreciate it if you would refrain from such charged language here. Your Honor, that was but a Koreanist sermon from those who have strayed from the path. Harsh words are often necessary to admonish contemptible deviants who cannot see reason. Oh, I see. I didn't realize. I guess they really do hate defense attorneys in crying. Even still, that was way, way over the top as far as verbal abuse goes. And the trial's only just begun. Well, defense, I suppose the way a prosecutor does things varies by country. Why don't we look at this as a cross-cultural exchange and try to be open-minded about it? What? Bailiff, please bring in the first witness. Oh, the snackers are back. Uh-oh, I thought she said goodbye to snackers. Detective Sky, the courtroom is not a place for gorging yourself. What's wrong with having a little snack? Girls gotta eat, right? Yeah, seems a little stressed out. Detective Sky, testimony, please. Yeah, about that. I just want to state for the record that I believe Trucy Wright is innocent. Oh, I'm sorry? Detective Sky, this path you seek to follow is misguided. Giving the wrongdoers false hope will only deepen their despair and but let it go. Move on. Just like Elsa. Act will go against your duty, will earn you divine punishment, mother. Fine. I don't know about the divine part, but I get the punishment. It's loud and clear. Guess Emma gotta sign tons of paperwork or something for sticking up for Trucy. She and Prosecutor Sudmati don't seem to get along very well, do they? Andy, can you get that and throw it out? A dead mouse? I'm glad he caught it, but I really wish he would get rid of it. Have it thrown outside. I don't know where it came from. Don't show it on stream. You'll get treats for it. But here, Over here. Over here. And now you're looking for the mouse. The mouse is gone. You can smell it, which means you're going to have to spray Lysol. Up here. You have to spray it in the garbage, too, because he's going to look for it in the garbage can. Sorry, guys. Taking care of some things. No, come here. Come here. Over here. Come on up here. Come on up here. Shall we continue? The prosecution contends that the accused had a clear motive. Evidence. You would. Check this guy. Alright. Please take a look at this poster. It's a Trupe Grimare poster from 13 years ago. Is it just me, or is it a little different from the one in Miss Wright's dressing? This is a revised version of it. This one says canceled under Mr. Rios. That's right, Mr. Rios left the Trupe after the first version of the poster. Take a look at Mr. Rios' right forearm near his elbow. See the big scar there? Apparently got that when he made a mistake while practicing magic. Ouch! That's quite a scar. Because of that accident, Magnifi Grimari included Mr. Rios with twins. Just before the show was to open, Magnifi announced Mr. Rios wouldn't be appearing. But in the defiance of Magnifi's decision, Mr. Rios tried to go on stage anyway. This in turn caused Magnifi to oust Mr. Rios from the troupe on the spot. He kicked Mr. Rios out? That seems rather extreme. Did he really have to go that far? When it comes to magic, Grimara was so passionate. Or should I say extreme about it, that it caused problems for them from time to time. Yes, they even caused this sport a mountain trouble with their extreme antics. Now, the successor has committed a murder. It seems that Tupe's rare talent was inherited by the right person after all. The putrid talent for criminality. You sound rather extreme yourself, prosecutor. Criminals with impure souls do not deserve sympathy. As I was saying, after his expulsion, Mr. Rios apparently went on to hold a grudge against Tupe. He would tell those close to him, I will get my revenge in the Tupe Grimari someday. Revenge. That certainly sounds antagonist. 13-year-old poster updated in the court record. And then, chance for revenge finally came. You would be so kind, Detective Sky. Yes, they don't. The defendant's motive. The victim planned to get his revenge on Tupe Grimari during Tuesday's magic. Darius was going to first steal the Grimari notebook from the defendant, then intended to reveal the secrets behind their magic tricks during the That was the victim's plan for revenge, and when he did, in fact, steal the notebook, the defendant murdered him before he had a chance to reveal it. By the time you could discover the notebook theft, like, the only option was to kill Mr. to look like an actor.
Objection!
That's nothing but conjecture.
Objection!
The victim's assistant, Bonnie DeFame, gave the police a statement. He testified that just before the start of the show, Mr. Rhea said, "I'm going to reveal the Trupe Grimari secrets on stage." What? Well, that isn't exactly a great starting point for a rebuttal, is it? You're telling me. Want me to give you one piece of advice, defense? Oh, and what's that? Let it go and move on, just like Elsa did. Excuse me? Helping a sinner will only sully your own soul. Once possessed of an unclean soul will burn in the flames of hell, and then be ever burdened with sin in their next life. I don't believe in that sort of thing. Besides, I have no intention of giving up. Oh, Holy Mother, grant me the strength to deal with this putrid lawyer. All actions have consequences. Yours will surely earn you the honor of being a mere stink bug at best in your next life. A stink bug? Oh then, Mr. Justice, your cross-examination, please. The exact term is stink beetle. No, they're called stink beetles. Search it up. Stink beetles. Your bullet points on the top right is different too.
Hold it!
Revenge after all this time? It's been 13 years already. Why now? I know, right? I thought that was pretty sketchy myself. I mean, wouldn't he have done it a long time ago? Detective Sky's self-indulged outbursts such as those will earn you divine punishment in the form of a salary evaluation. Wait, that's what divine punishment means? Let the detective have her snack. This humble servant to the Holy Mother shall explain. Over a decade ago, the Chupagamare was at the height of their popularity, but then their reputation declined and they had all but faded from public memory. Until recently, that is, when Trucy Wright sought to recapture their former glory. The defendant? And at such a young age, too! How impressive! Yes, the accused's skill at magic is undeniably impressive. If she hadn't fallen onto the path of sin, she could have had a bright future ahead of her. Always sad to see such promising young potentials go to waste. Now then, Detective Sky, how did Mr. Rios plan to get his revenge? And please, put down the snackers before you continue your testimony. Yes, Your Honor.
Hold it!
What evidence do you have that Mr. Rios actually stole the notebook? Well, you see, whenever you're ready, Detective. Fret not. Detective Sky, you have nothing to repent of. You should be proud of the fine forensic discovery that you made. Forensic discovery? What did she discover specifically? Detective Sky identified a certain set of fingerprints on the notebook. On further inspection, he determined that they belonged to Mr. Rios. What? Detective found the fingerprints entirely of her own volition. For that, I must say, well done, Detective Sky. A little too addicted to using your precious white powder, do you, Emma? Now, Detective Sky, I would ask you to explain exactly how Mr. Rios intended to use the notebook to exact his revenge. Alright, well, first, he stole the notebook.
Hold it!
I'm going to reveal all of Trupe Romare's secrets on stage today. That's what Mr. Rios himself said, right? Right, but he didn't exactly specify which Romare's secrets he was talking about. But the prosecution thinks he was referring to the secret behind Trupe Romare's magic. Yes, that is the prosecution's assertion. When the accused realized that Mr. Rios was to steal her family's most closely guarded secrets, she actually panicked. Basically, Trucy's notebook was hidden in Mr. Rios' things because he had stolen it himself. Truly, a motive that only a magician could have. That's what the prosecution anyway.
Hold it!
Do you really believe what you're saying, Detective Sky? Do you really think Mr. Wright killed Ms. Wright killed Mr. Rios to stop him from getting his revenge? Of course I don't think that.
Shut to them!
Keep your private conversations separate from your public duty. I warned you about this very thing before the trial began. Did I not, Detective Sky? Yes, you did. Please recite my exact words. MS Guy, you're a detective first and foremost, not the accused friend. Remember your duty and fulfill it faithfully. Excellent. So, do remember what I said to you. Your devotion to your work will be rewarded. To the Holy Mother be all. This Holy Mother is no scientific concept I've ever. Those two really don't get along, do they? Well, science and religion go together about as well as oil and water. There is many controversy between science and religion, and both of which they want to keep out. Come on, work with it. There we go. As I was saying,
Hold it!
sorry, but what exactly is the basis for claiming it was murder? Me? What? The basis is beats me? You'll have to ask Prosecutor Sadmati over there because he hasn't told me his reasoning either. Check this guy. Your feeding all information to the defense has not gone unnoticed by my bad karma of acts which go against your duty will be pinged upon you in your life. But even before that, they impinge upon your job in the form of a transfer. Please don't get me kicked out of the forensic unit. Anything but that. He's really been risking everything for us. Well, Prosecutor Sadmati, what are your grounds for claiming homicide? It was the luminous tape in the understage path. I realized that it had been moved. Moved so that Mr. Rios would climb up onto the downstage coffin by mistake. What? Mr. Rios was waiting in the understage passage. Was supposed to have used the upstage ladder shown here on the left. It was to climb up into the coffin that had been set up in the backstage area. After being turned into a stuffed dragon during Act 1, Mr. Rios was supposed to come back to life and emerge from that coffin. But the luminous tape had been moved to mark the downstage ladder. So the victim climbed up into the coffin on the stage itself by mistake. The very same coffin the accused thrust her sword into. Do I have proof that it was my client who moved the tape? But of course, check this guy. Oh, that's right! I identified the defendant's fingerprints on the luminous tape. You what? He actually had proof? Well, defense, are you finally ready to let it go and move on like Elsa? Absolutely not! Detective, please add that information about the prints on the tape to your testimony. The defendant's prints were on the tape. I guess she must have moved it during the show. What made you think to check the luminous tape for prints? Well, I bet it was Detective's intuition. I dusted not just the tape, but just about everywhere for prints. Oh? I dusted pretty much every single surface in the theater. I mean, it was so nice to be able to dust for prints without anybody getting mad at me. Great that you're enthusiastic, Emma. But there is such a thing as too enthusiastic. The tape was removed. To guide Mr. Rios into the coffin that was downstage. If that's true, it does sound like a murder rather than an accident. It certainly doesn't help that Trucy's prints are on the tape. I wish I knew what sound would even be appropriate to make in this situation. Alright, time to pick the statement. We kind of know what evidence to present, but now we have to put the statement to it. Well, that's exactly what happened. But, how it's phrased and described isn't exactly the intent. But that's exactly what happened. So we don't have any evidence to actually disprove that statement. Unfortunately, we don't have a way to prove this one. How? There isn't much to disprove it because it's the first time we've heard about the tape. The whole basis was about Mr. Rios. It says she moved the tape during the show. How are you going to prove it? The defendant? Prince? I can't use profiles. Fingerprints?
Action!
I'm sorry, Detective Sky, but there's a flaw in your testimony. Oh, really? The prosecution is claiming that Miss Wright moved the understage tape during the show in order to guide the victim into the coffin downstage, but it doesn't make sense that she would leave prints on the tape at that time. It doesn't. Please consider the fingerprinting results of the main coffin, which shows that not one of my clients' fingerprints were found on or in it. That's true. We didn't find any of her prints on the coffin. I think you've realized what the flaw is in your testimony is. Claiming Miss Wright left prints on the tape during the show is inconsistent with the facts. Because she was wearing gloves during the show. Oh! She must have left the prints sometime before the show started. In other words, her prints do not prove that she moved the tape to mislead the victim. The prosecution's investigation was insufficient. Oh my! But on a personal level, I'm very happy about that. Well, Prosecutor Sadmati, if the defense's argument is true, then you have no evidence that the defendant moved the tape to deceive the victim. I see. Apparently, the defense is more intelligent than I had thought. More than a stink bug at any rate. Come on, you can bump me up to at least a stag beetle now, can't you? Would that really be any better? Of course, way better. Stag beetles are cool with those huge mandibles of theirs. Huge mandibles. If the defense wishes to be promoted to a stag beetle, then answer me this question. All right, shoot. Even with no evidence that the accused moved the tape to misguide the victim still climbed the ladder, used the tape as a guide, and entered the coffin on the stage. The accused then thrust her sword into said coffin with the victim in it. So what he's saying is the fact remains that the victim was stabbed to death, right? Precisely. However, this does drastically change one aspect of this case. The accused did not lead the victim into the coffin on purpose, then it means the victim's death could have been accidental. If it was indeed an accident, the defense can argue that it was involuntary manslaughter. See, if it was involuntary manslaughter, they could plead extenuating circumstances, and the severity of the crime would be mitigated. Defense, if you believe the accused did not murder the victim, then do you argue that it was an accident? This is it. All-important question. The defense argues that Mr. Reyes' death was You're going to say murder? The defense remains that the defendant is entirely innocent. We believe that it was not an accident. But murder. And what's more, we believe it was committed by a third party. A third party, as in the true culprit, is someone else? That is quite a brazen claim to make. One woolly without ground. Your voice is as loud as your suit, and your mind echoes just as loudly in emptiness. Surely, you were but a loud red pepper in your previous life. I've been demoted to a vegetable? Wow, I didn't know a person could be reincarnated as a non-sentient plant. Non-sentient plant. In any case, I do have grounds to make this claim. Let us hear this reasoning of yours then. Alright, but before I give it, there is one question that we need to address. If the victim was killed by some third party, then the sword the defendant thrusted into the coffin wasn't the cause of death. If that's the case, then how did we wind up with a dead body in the coffin? Very good question. Now let's hear your opinion, Mr. Justice. How did the victim's body wind up inside the coffin? We're going to eliminate the middle one. Now remember, if we pick one of them, we're going to get penalized. You're going to say he was killed in the understate, which, if they have already done luminal testing and found no blood, well, then we have a problem. He wasn't killed understate. But since we don't have any place where blood was found, it makes it very difficult of where he was killed, because there's no blood in the coffin either, as far as I know. Because if we take a look at the court record, we don't have the coffin in here, but we do have this. We look at details. You don't see any blood here, do you? And even if they took a luminal test and stuff like that and they found no blood, so you want to say coffin? You say he was murdered in the coffin? Well, remember, he was stabbed in the back, okay? And the holes are in the side. So if he was to be killed in the coffin, he would have had to have been placed in the coffin before he died, and then stabbed in the back, and then sealed in the coffin. Okay? So because of how that coffin works, it actually unfolds. Okay? What if the victim was killed under the stage before being put into the coffin? In other words, what if the victim was already dead in the coffin from the get-go? Oh, I see. In that case, the defendant's sword wouldn't have been the cause of death. How do you respond, Prosecutor Sudmati? That is the third time. Third time of what? To be the pain. What the heck is this?
サトライマオマノモサマシで足し抜けたれガセよそろか
What do you think you're doing? Even the merciful Holy Mother loses patience if she is struck 3 times. Since you never learn, you need to be punished. Why don't you let me worry about what I need and don't need? It is what you deserve for interfering with my sacred last rite for the victim. Well, so let's explain Sadmati's reaction to that. He's only reacting that way because he has no evidence to back up his claim. He can't counter Apollo's argument. For one, they don't even have any blood, so they can't verify where he died. You are a brainless lawyer facing phantoms. You know nothing. Let this humble servant of the Holy Mother give you an edifying sermon. A sermon? Now? There is a passage, sacred scriptures of the Cryonism. A cornered frog will swallow even a snake. Huh? Cornered lawyer has unexpectedly struck back hard against the prosecution. I will be very honest with you. I don't know any frogs, any cornered frog, who has had the courage to eat a snake. The snake is usually eating the frog. You're good at rights? No, for I am not done with my sermon. And yet the frog still dies, its belly bitten and torn from within. Unless there is a species we don't know about. The second thing is impossible too, because for one, a frog is not going to attempt to bite or eat a snake. Because frogs don't have teeth. So you're saying, oh, well, how do they eat flies? Well, they literally suck the life out of a fly with their tongue and swallow it whole. They got that thicky tongue. Which, it's also a curse on them, because if they accidentally grab a fly that has a very bad taste, they're stuck with it. The poor frogs, right, Di? The poor frogs. I heard that from a Phil Engvall joke. The frog is cursed with that sticky tongue. When he goes after a fly that tastes really bad, this is something he thought in his head. What's the frog's reaction if he actually eats a frog that tastes really bad? Pretty much stuck with it. Oh, man! Just great. And in this case, you are that frog defense. What exactly is your point anyway? Let us assume for a moment that the victim was killed under the stage, who then had the opportunity to do so during the show. Let's see. The people in the show were Bonnie DeFam, victim, Mr. Rios, Mr. Wright. Bonnie DeFam was on stage throughout the entire show, as easily confirmed by the footage of the show. Which leaves us with only one suspect, Mr. Wright. How do you see? The accused killed Mr. Rios as waited on standby in the interstate passage, then placed his dead body in the coffin above, thus making the murder look like an accident. No! Oh, great and merciful Holy Mother. Thus, another putrid mind has been guided toward enlightenment. Can't believe I swallowed his trick question whole. Just like the frog eating a bad fly. Sorry, but I have to raise an objection here. Athena, what are you? There's something I want to point out, Apollo. And who might you? Struck me as a mere child and countenance. I may be young, but I have an attorney's badge just the same. You would contribute to this discussion in that capacity? I most certainly would. You just argued that the defendant killed the victim under the stage. Let me remind you that Miss Wright is a girl. Clearly you didn't raise an objection to point out such an obvious fact. Your Honor, please send for this little child's guardian. Come take her home. But I'm not done with my sermon. You don't need to talk like Prosecutor Satmati, you know. Listen, if the victim was killed in the understage passage, then his body would then have to be hauled up to the stage, right? However, Miss Wright is a young girl, and a pretty petite one at that. She couldn't possibly have hefted that large body up and put him in the coffin. That's true. It does seem like it would be a rather difficult task for the defendant. I don't think even I could do it. What do you think of that, prosecutor? Who's the child now? My religion of Brian are revered as the pillars of our belief. So I naturally hold nothing but deep respect for women. I also think highly of the female perspective. As the man who calls this fair maiden a little child. Who's a fair maiden? I agree that your point is worth discussing. Then. How indeed was the dead body raised up into the coffin? But the accused, Lucy Wright, that is. You're committed to pointing that finger at her no matter what, huh? Then you explain how that even be possible. But of there was a way for even a small creature like her to raise the victim's body up. Huh? Wait, you really can explain it? I foresaw that our arguments would come to this, so I have prepared a witness. Well, I admire your readiness, prosecutor. It is really not that difficult when one can read the ultimate outcome of any trial. He couldn't have really predicted that things would turn out like this, could he? Pretty hard to believe. Excuse me, but may I sit down now? Yes, I suppose you may. One moment. I'm sorry for, the way I handled all this. You did a fine job, detective. Your testimony was invaluable. It was? Yes. Served well as a detective. Not allow your personal. You overcame the confident emotions you felt and performed your duty admirably. You will be rewarded for your fine work. Oh, thank you. I hope we can work together again in the future. Emma seems bewildered by the unexpected praise. I guess he's a pretty nice person, like they say, as long as you're not up against him. Now then, let us call the next witness. Vanessa, please state your name and occupation. Hello, ladies and gentlemen of the court. It's very nice to meet all of you. I'm a logomorphing illusionist from the land of fairyland, Funny Japan. I can't wait to do some magic tricks for all of you. Please, there's a time and a place for all things, including magic. Now is not the time. Spoken by the great Professor L. Oh, but it would be okay if I did just a little magic, right? Come on, please. Even Professor Oak wouldn't be pleased by it. Look, everybody's waiting. Now's my chance to shine. That is your second time. My second time doing what? There will be no further warning. You should know that from our preparatory meeting, correct? Is no one exempt from His Holiness's rosary of suffering? May we have your testimony, please? Once you've recovered from your disappointment. Oh, it's a huge advantage. I really want to testify against her. I guess I have to, don't I? As a huge fan of Trucy's, huh? I hate her! I loathe her! I can't stand that Trucy Wright! Well, we'll, like we said before, we'll end up explaining this. It'll be revealed to us. Just because she's a little good at magic, she thinks she's all that. So this is exactly what that sniveling frack deserves. Sure, you're a real fan, all right. Of destroying Trucy, you mean. The understage passage. I really can't believe that Trucy killed Mr. Rios. I guess it's possible for a small girl to lift a dead body up if she used the stage left. Is it possible? Could Trucy really have? Trucy did use the stage lift. I think she must have used stage lift number 2. I was on stage for the entire show, by the way. You were on stage the whole time? And you're sure about that? There is no question. The entire audience could testify to that fact. What's more, she is shown clearly in the TV show footage as well. I couldn't possibly have killed Mr. Rios. Not little old me. Therefore, the only person who could have killed the victim at her stage is accused. Furthermore, by using a stage lift, a petite young lady could have raised the body up to the stage without difficulty. Gotta be kidding me. Very well, the defense may now cross-examine the witness.
Hold it!
You said you were a huge fan of Trucy's, isn't that right? Oh yes, I even became a magician because I wanted to be just like her. The first time I saw her, she was performing at the Wonder Bar. She was only in junior high back then, but she got up on stage with tons of confidence. And then she proceeded to win my heart with her astounding tricks and winning smile. This is the girl that probably most likely went to school with Trucy, or is going to school with Trucy. She certainly sounds like she means all of that. So, finally being able to perform with her must have been quite a treat for you, right? Oh, yes. After all, it was my chance to have her see me. Not just as a fan, but as a fellow magician. And that horrible accident happened. It was not an accident. It was murder. Goodness, please explain how a small young woman such as Chrissy Wright could have raised the body.
Hold it!
What makes you think it was possible? It's not like you tried it out yourself, right? Well, actually, we did try it out for ourselves. You did? Protect the sky, if you would. Oh! So that's why you made me do that. Protect the sky. What did he have you do? The prosecutor asked me to try to raise one of the male police officers with a stage left, without a single word of explanation as to why he was making me do it. You're kidding! It's as if he really can foresee all of our counter-arguments. Not a humble servant of the Holy Mother. More like Auntie. Guess that means he could have lifted the dead body up. Does that mean...
Hold it!
Is what possible? Could Trucy really have what? Just the fame? Oh, please, finish your sentence. Well, don't try to beat around the bush. Come on out. Come right out and say it. Why not tell this court what you really believe? What I really believe? Of course I don't believe Trucy could ever commit murder. Such an amazing and wonderful magician would never do such a thing. But taking all the facts into account, what else can I think? I know at least 3 other unflattering things you really think about Trucy. How can you attack this girl when she is obviously there? This is such a thing. There is such a thing as reading between the lines, Mr. Justice. It's sad how the youth of today lack the ability to do such a basic thing. Unfortunately, our court system doesn't exactly work that way. Because they want you to be as descriptive as possible, not as blunt. So stuff like reading between the lines, they would rather not have to do that work. They don't want to try to guess what you're trying to say. They actually want you to say it. Looking at me like that isn't going to help me stick my foot in my mouth less, Your Honor. Goodness, please describe what the accused might have used to lift the dead body. Right?
Hold it!
Santo. Stage left number 2. You mean the stage list shown here on the left? That's right, the stage left. I think even a small girl could easily lift a dead body up to the stage. And so that makes her the murderer, in your opinion? Of course not. I believe in Trucy. Like I said, I'm a fan of hers. Mother, how long is she gonna keep this act up? Depends what position was stage left number 2 in after the show. Let's see. If I recall, it was in the fully raised position. And the reason why it was fully raised is because the accused used it to lift the victim's body. When you agree? Feel free to slowly mull it over with your roast over the flames of hell, you evil red pepper. So now I'm also evil. Just call me spicy. Well, we do have a pepper called the Apollo. And, unfortunately, well, they're saying it may be the next hottest pepper in the world.
Hold it!
You didn't have a single spare moment to slip down to the understage passage? Huh? Don't tell me you suspect me now. I'm just trying to do my job by fully examining your alibi. Depending on how solid it is, I might have to suspect you, yes. You gotta be kidding me! Don't spit on my head and tell me it's raining, lawyer boy! I'm right there in the footage, or are you too much of an idiot to see? Her persona changed completely. Huh? Mr. Pham, are you feeling alright? You seem subtly indifferent. Oh, oops. Where did that come from, right? Oh my, I seem to have snapped there for a second, didn't I? Didn't just snap, you broke character just now. In any case, I was on stage the whole time performing magic. I mean, you saw me in the footage, right? My dazzling, flawless performance? Flawless? That's odd, considering what you told me. You said that you made a mistake with where you positioned Mr. Hat. Mr. DeFam, or Mr. Pham? What is the defense referring to? Well, I made a little mistake on stage. In charge of operating Mr. Hat, you see. According to the script, I was supposed to place him to the left of the coffin. But I flubbed it up and made him stand to the right of the coffin instead. Because of that mistake, Lucy had to move the stage lift around. I feel really bad about messing you up like that with my goof. Hehe. I don't see any inconsistencies in her testimony. Now, do you know who the real killer is? Come on, Gramps. Don't just sit there. Hand down your ruling pronto. Do it quick before you keel over up there. Oh, I beg your pardon? Oops. Oh, what's gotten into me? I'm so sorry. I give her another 5 minutes before she takes off that mask. Well, defense. Are you ready to let it go? Let it all go now like Elsa? Of course not. I'll never give up. I'm never gonna let it down either. It's never gonna be deserted. There. How do you like that, son, Monty? I rickrolled you. I see. I suppose this too is fate, being rickrolled. The sacred scriptures of Cryomuseum describes the variety of hells for the damned. Sorry, I had to do that. The references. For someone like you, who struggles ceaselessly against fate, Papul Bulging seems most appropriate. People, what? Oh wait, that's Chinese. What sort of terrible places? Papul Bulging. A place where the more one struggles, the further one falls into the abyss. The bottom of the abyss of a ferocious beast of waste. Think of it as something akin to antlion's sand pit trap. Oh, there's one of those in my backyard. You have an antlion in your backyard? Those things are huge. Wow, Cryomuseum. Hell is closer to home than I thought. No, then. It would appear that the witness's testimony supports the prosecution's claim that the defendant is the only one who could have killed the victim under stage. How are we supposed to get out of this jam? Hey, Apollo? If you can't find any contradictions, maybe it's time to use analytical psychology. I mean, I heard some discord in Bonnie's voice while she was testifying. See? Which is picking up on the noise in her heart, too. That's right. Athena can hear things others can't with her super sensitive hearing. She can hear the emotions people suppress as a kind of noise or discord in their voice. All right, Athena, let's give it a try. You got it.
Hold it!
Your Honor, I'm afraid that our witness, Miss Defame, is suffering under terrible traumatic stress due to this horrible incident. She is? Yes. What with the terrible death on stage and her beloved Trucy getting arrested, she's under awful strain and shock. In fact, I don't know how much more she can take before she is unfit to testify. Oh, I've heard of that. What is it called again? Postal stress disorder, right? It's where a person becomes uncontrollably angry, I think. I read about it somewhere. That's going postal, Your Honor. This is PTSD. Oh my. So that's why the witness acts so hostile at times. As if she were a different person. Yes, and I think her condition is clouding her memory of the incident. Therefore, I suggest a short therapy session for the witness. Huh? Therapy? You don't know the first thing about a magician's mental state. I've risked my life jumping through rings of fire than having my body sawed in half. Whoopsie, boy, I have to watch my temper, don't I? Besides, please do whatever you can to help this unfortunate young lady. What exactly is this child planning to do? Justice? With her super sensitive hearing, Miss Sykes can hear a witness's true emotion. Simply from tone and inflection, she can tell exactly what a person is feeling. I can even pick out feelings that a witness is trying to suppress or hide. Widget projects the emotions I hear into the food matrix where I can analyze them. Sounds like some sort of glorious devilry. Oh, I find it hard to believe, I must ask. How do emotions constitute evidence? Well, I won't say that evidence can be taken as, or emotion can be taken as evidence to say. I have seen her instrumental this site's work has been in cracking a case. Therefore, I fully support giving it a try. I see. You are in favor of it, Hunter, and I have no objection. Even this mere monk can see that something disturbs the witness. I disturb you! Oh, thank you for understanding, Prosecutor Satmati. Well, you remember how to conduct a therapy session, right? You want me to lead the session? Of course, you're the lead on this case, after all. Fair enough. Do I need a refresher? Does Di need a refresher on how to use the mood matrix? This one's going to be slightly different from the last game, but it's mostly the same. Okay, but I think I could use a refresher. So Bonnie's emotions are shown here in the mood matrix, right? Exactly. The emotions I pick up on from her testimonies are projected into this program. The mood matrix gives a visual representation of a witness' testimony and emotion. These 4 mood markers reflect fluctuations in a witness's emotion. As their testimony unfolds, the mood markers flashes in reaction to the witness's feelings. When the witness feels happy or is enjoying the memory, the happy marker will light up. When the witness feels angry or frustrated, the angry marker will react. When the witness feels sad or is scared by a memory, the sad marker will blink. When the witness feels surprised or confused, the surprise marker will tell us. Okay, I remember now. I need to find a conflict between what she's saying and which mood markers are blinking. That's right. And Mr. Bam definitely has some conflicting emotions. See? Could you react to the suppressed emotions I picked up? Project them as noise. If I can pinpoint the inconsistency between her testimony and her feelings, the noise level should drop to 0%. The therapy session will be a success. When you find an unexpected emotion, first pinpoint it with L, and then select the unexpected emotion or reaction from the 4 mood markers with A. Okay. Now to give it a whirl. guess Trucy is the one who killed Mr. Rias. Even she could move the body with that lift. I was on stage at the time. But that terrible mistake, my stupid glove caused Trucy so much trouble. I feel so bad about it. Okay. So, you want me to go to the first statement so you can actually look at the emotions?
Got it!
I have to say, Mr. Pham, you certainly are a strange one. Even though you said I feel so bad about it, it seems you were feeling happy about it. Ouch! I think I can guess why you were feeling happy. It must be because... Which one sounds logical? I think you were happy because you messed the defendant up. I'm right, aren't I? Gotta be kidding me! Why would I be happy I messed Trucy up? I'm a big fan of hers. Because we saw you. I hate her. I loathe her. I can't stand that Trucy Wright. Just because she's a little good at magic, she thinks she's all that. So this is exactly what the sniveling brat deserves. You saw how you said you hate Trucy Wright. How you were glad she was in trouble, and even how it was what she deserved. Ouch! Looks like I hit the rabbit on the head, so to speak. Apollo, the noise level dropped. Now if we could get it down to 0%. Well, Mr. Pham, are you ready to confess how you really feel? What? What do you mean? I'm Bonnie, the sweet, cute little bunny. I'm a rookie magician working hard to be just like my idol Trucy. That's the character I'm supposed to be.
Objection!
Keep that up, Mr. Pham, and you're going to have a mental breakdown. Just let yourself be who you really are. Who I really am? The two sides of you are fighting each other and doing you psychic harm. I can hear them. Two distinct voices battling inside you. And your pie hole! You know nothing, know-it-all! I mean, you mustn't say things like that or I might get flustered. Mr. Pham, how long do you insist on maintaining this wolf in sheep's clothing act? We can't end this therapy session until you get real with us. Set the wild beast inside you free. Ouch! Don't make me laugh. You don't know a dang thing about me. You want to see who I really am? Fine. Take a good look. What in the world? She's clothing. You got it all wrong. It's a rabbit suit I've got on. And I'm not a wolf. I'm a blood-sucking vampire. A bat with fangs and wings. Hey. I think we just opened Pandora's box. I'm finally done with that goody two-shoes cottontail act. I feel free as a bat. Just fun. Your therapy session is taking a turn for the worse. From the looks of it, there's a perfectly good explanation for this, isn't there, Miss Sight? Me thinks I created a monster. You blew it. Hey, you, lobster boy. Oh, me? You think I'm glad Trucy's in trouble? That I think she's getting her just desserts? Well, guess what? You're right. Does that mean you admit to wishing the defendant harm? Well, the bat is out of the bag now. That mistake of mine was a work of art. Thanks to my goof, poor little Trucy had to do all that hard physical labor. When you say hard physical labor, what are you referring to? Because of Mr. Hat's new position, Trucy had to move both those huge stage lefts. It must have been too heavy. What a riot! That's strange. Tina, could you please add that last statement to Bonnie's testimony? All right, I'll add the mood, update the mood matrix with the new info. Hello? Now there's a new inconsistency in the testimony. Yeah, she finally slipped up. So what do I need to do now? Well, from this point onward, you just do what you do best. Find the contradiction in the testimony and present evidence to refute it. All right, I've got you now, Bonnie DeFam. I guess Trucy is the one who killed Mr. Rias. Even she could move the body with that left. I was on stage at the time. But that horrible mistake, you know what? Serves her right. Thanks to that, she ended up having to move the stage left. Okay. You can't press any statement from here, so you have to pick a statement and present evidence. You're going to say this one. What piece of evidence? Remember, if you need help, Andy's on standby for you. truancy statement. You mean this one?
Objection!
That doesn't make sense. What? Do you think I'm crazy now? No, that's not the point I was trying to make. But I don't hear you denying it. Mr. Fame, allow me to repeat your statement. Thanks to that, she ended up having to move the stage lift. That's right. I still say that. But how did you know? How did you know Miss Wright moved the stage lift? Huh? According to her own statement, she didn't tell anyone that she had done so. What? So how could you possibly have known what she had done unless you saw her? You saw Miss Wright moving the lifts in the understage passage, didn't you? Oh. This creates a big problem, right, Di? What's that big problem? So we got a Bonnie on stage and we got a Bonnie in the understage. Well, we still have a Bonnie on stage, and we have a Bonnie understage. That's the problem. Because there is a Bonnie on stage throughout the entire segment that this is. But if she was watching it, how can there be a Bonnie on stage? We'll have answers. Noise level 0%. Bye-bye. You did it, Apollo. Noise levels are at 0%. Mr. Justice, wouldn't that mean? Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Pham herself was under the stage where the victim was killed. You could make FNAF jokes here if you wanted to. I hardly need to tell the court what that means. You are one artful liar, Mr. Pham, and one spectacular suspect. Yeah! Why, you shiny red lobster boy? You're saying I killed Mr. Rios? I'm saying that it's a possibility. What's more, I say you had a solid motive to frame my client for the murder as well. My apologies for ranting on the defense's dairy rivalry, but you seem to have forgotten one very important point. Oh, really? The TV footage? As you can clearly see, the Pham was on stage the whole time. The entire audience can bear witness to that fact, including you. Oh, yeah. You have just taken a long and senseless journey, only to return to the starting one. The witness could not have been in the understage passage. Me. The only one left who could have killed the victim was you. Ah! Guess the party's over. What? Mr. Pham knew something she couldn't have known unless she was under the stage. How do you explain that, Prosecutor Sudmati? It's quite simple. The accused must have told Miss Pham about it, but then forgotten. Unlikely. Open those useless eyes of yours and take a good look at the footage. If Mr. Pham really was in the understage passage, would mean she was on stage and understage at the same time. I mean, she was in two places at once? That does seem to be the only explanation that makes any sense. It may be an explanation, but I'm not so sure about that about the makes sense part. Then we'll just have to make it make sense. Your Honor, the witness was both on stage and understage at the same time. That is the defense's assertion. I've heard some illogical things come out of you before, but this is absurd. I'm sure you'll change your tone once you hear my reasoning, Your Honor. My gut tells me you're bluffing, but I'll bite. Very well, Mr. Justice. How do you explain how the witness was in two places at once? In a magic show, what is the likeliest way this could happen? No, there wasn't actually no fake. I already can tell you right now there's no fake. There was two Bonnies, yes. There were two Bonnies, Your Honor. If that were the case, it would all make sense, wouldn't it? There were two of them? I suspect you had a few screws loose. Now I see some are missing altogether. Is there a toolkit in the courtroom, Your Honor? I suppose two. No, three screws to the head should brighten his putrid brain. Very well. Very left, could you... No, wait! Please listen to my argument! Very well. I suppose it wouldn't hurt to at least give it a listen. As was argued earlier, Mr. Pham is shown in the footage the whole time. But at the time, he was also watching Miss Wright in the understage passage. The only possible explanation is that there are two Bonnies. That almost sounds like it makes sense. What do you think, Prosecutor Stud Marty? This humble servant of the Holy Mother is of the opinion that we should lose no time in replacing the defense's many lost screws. But Apollo, he goes against reality itself to say that one person is actually two. We don't have to be bound by reality after all. We're talking about magic. So if the Bonnie DeFemme in the footage is the real Bonnie, this Bonnie here on the witness stand, the one who must have been understage, this Bonnie DeFemme is our second Bonnie. Yeah! He is. Say we call the one in the front of us Bonnie number 2. I believe I have just a piece of evidence to prove that is Bonnie number 2 exists. Oh, then please submit your evidence, Mr. Justice. What proves the existence of a Bonnie number 2? If you aren't sure, I could probably give you a hint. Fingerprints, yes.
Take that!
Well, what's this? During our investigation, we found a set of unknown prints on the coffin on the stage. These prints were most likely left during the course of the show, but they didn't match the prints of any of the people involved in this case. Unknown third party's fingerprints? I was not told of this. Emma must have kept it from him. So the question is, who could these prints possibly belong to? Mr. Fame, or should I say Bonnie number 2? These are your fingerprints, aren't they? Yeah! Enough of this foolishness. One person could not possibly be 2. Those fingerprints could have been left not only during the show, but at any time. It's not like you to lose your cool like that, Prosecutor Sadmani. The problem is, it doesn't matter when they were placed. They're involved with the incident anyways. And I'm not sure you know that. Exactly when the fingerprints were made is not the main issue. What do you mean by that, Mr. Justice? The issue is, who do these unknown prints belong to? They're certainly not Bonnie DeFam. But what if they belong to the person standing right in front of us? Oh, you mean Bonnie number 2 is the second Bonnie? Is that what you're implying? Preposterous to suggest that those prints belong to the witness. I say they must belong to some other unknown individual. Prosecutor Sadmani, can you really look at her and still say that? What are you looking at? Take a picture, it'll last longer. So, how could this be? If we check their prints, I'm sure they'll match the unknown set. Well, Bonnie, the prints that don't belong to the real you belong to you, don't they? Bonnie number 2. Yeah! Witness, is what the defense has said true? I admit it. The fingerprints are mine. And does that mean you aren't Bonnie DeFame? What? Ridiculous. Oh, are there really 2 Bonnies? Nope, there's only 1 Bonnie. That's because I'm Betty. Betty DeFame. What? Ladies and gentlemen of the court, it's time for a wondrous magic show. Gasp in amazement as this lagomorphing illusionist performs her teleportation magic. Watch closely, it's showtime. What an amazing trick! The witness has suddenly split it into 2 people. It's not a trick, no gimmick to it either. We're simply twins. What? Twins? So So that's how the teleportation trick works. Ever since our debut, I've had to hide or pretend I'm Bonnie. All cute and sweet and goody. I can't tell you how stressful it's been. But I don't have to hide anymore. That's right, our days of sneaking around are finally over. Their cover is blown, but they actually seem pretty happy about it. So which one of you is the nice Bonnie dear fam we met in the dressing room? That would be me. And the sharp-tongued Bonnie we saw at the Raiding Raja understage was? Hey, who you're calling sharp-tongued? This is all starting to make sense now. Fingerprint results updated into the core record. So, Mr. Justice, this changed the fact of the case rather dramatically, doesn't it? Certainly does. During the show, it was Bonnie who was on stage the whole time. So Bonnie couldn't have committed the crime. But Betty, on the other hand, who was understage, did have the opportunity. Whoa, so we now have two suspects? Wait just a minute there, Lobster Boy. I didn't do it. That's right. Betty may have a foul mouth, but she'd never kill anybody. Hey, who's got a foul mouth here? Oh, well, speak up, huh?
Hold it!
Please, save your sibling squabbling for later. Oh, we'll let you look at this image for a little longer, Di. What do you think? Cute? Betty, you must have been in the understage passage during the show. Otherwise, you wouldn't have known about the stage lifts being moved. So what exactly were you doing down there? Fine, I'll testify. Anything to get you off my back. Prosecutor Saud Mahdi, Betty Defame is ready to testify. What do you say? Betty? You lied. You lied to this humble servant of the Holy Mother. Hey, what else could I do? I couldn't blow our cover and ruin our magic act. Besides, am I going to go to your Twilight Hell or whatever for being a liar? You will indeed. However, won't be after your death. Won't be after your death, rather. I shall give you a taste of punishment on this mortal coil. An interrogation hell. So then, Betty Defame, please explain to this court. What exactly were you doing on stage? What happened understage? It's true. I had business in the understage passage because of the upcoming trick. It was the fire trick, right? The one Mr. Rios was supposed to do? That's right. It's a very dangerous trick, so I had to make sure we were prepared for it. It was in the script, and I really wanted to see it, but I couldn't because of the accident. Shut up! You're going to give it away! Anyways, I was real busy. Yeah, way too busy to have the chance to kill Mr. Rios. Well, that was certainly different. Testimony in stereo, Di. What do you think? How's that for a flawless testimony and alibi? Our magic is real. It's not a trick or a gimmick. Oh my, she's floating. Your Honor, you can see she's being held up from below. You were supposed to pretend you didn't see that. It's a little something called etiquette. But can't help it. Whenever I see a contradiction or inconsistency, I just have to point it out. Now then, the defense may begin its cross-examination. This is the Allegro music.
Hold it!
If you were in the Interstate Passage, which, need I remind you, was the crime scene, then you must certainly should be counted as a potential suspect. But I don't have any motive to kill Mr. Riaz. You, by your own admission, hate Miss Wright. When she was arrested as a suspect, you said it was what she deserved.
Objection!
So you believe the witness killed a man simply due to her dislike of Lucy Wright? As a motive, is that not improbable at best? But what if her hatred caused her to bear a strong sense of malice against my client? Look, Lucy just made me mad, that's all. I mean, even though she's younger than me, she's got so much skill and popularity. She's cute, besides. She makes me so mad I wish she would drop dead. Betty, don't talk like that. Shut up, yep. So, was it just simply jealousy? Hey, Betty, the next trick you were getting ready for.
Hold it!
Bonnie, we're trying to get Betty's testimony right now, so... Oh, right, I'm sorry. You can step down if you'd like. I'm worried about Betty, though. She can lose her temper and say awful things sometimes. Hey, what are you, my mother? Don't forget, I'm the older sister. You got that? Yes, I got it. Guess I'm worried about Betty consistently blowing her top if I were Bonnie too. So Betty, you were down under stage getting ready for the fire trick, were you?
Hold it!
And you were taking very necessary precautions, is that right? Of course. Every precaution. After all, it's a very dangerous trick that uses real fire. I mean, we had to be ready in case the curtain caught on fire or something, right? By the way, people realized it wasn't a part of the act. It might be too late, huh? If by people you mean Athena Sykes, then yes. Whoa, fire trick. That sounds really impressive. Your beard would go up in smokes, old man. I bet people'd mistake you for a cue ball or something without it. A cue ball? Daddy, don't be rude to the judge. Betty, you know the fire trick?
Hold it!
I see the fire trick was a part of the script. It seems Mr. Reyes was scheduled to perform it later in the show. Did you not get to see him practice it beforehand? No, during rehearsal, he said he didn't feel well. Breathe any fire, please. Wait, let me get this straight. He couldn't breathe fire because he wasn't feeling well? My magical powers appear to be on the wane today. That's what he said. So it was just a part of his usual The Great Mysterious deck. It's really too bad I didn't get to see the trick because of the incident. Which was completely unexpected of course. Hey! Shut up! You gotta give it away. Anyways, I was real busy.
Hold it!
So what exactly did you mean by you're going to give it away? Hey, Bonnie, you and your big mouth. Now Lobster Boy wants to know what we're talking about. Sorry. Well, if you were prepared for the next magic trick, I'm sure you wouldn't have had the time to commit murder. Wow, looks like the old geezer isn't senile just yet, huh? I bet you'll live a good life, long life. Oh, ho, ho. I plan to be sitting up here at least another 10 years. 10 more years? I don't know about that. What did we discuss about inner monologues, Athena? Well, more power to you, I guess. In any case, I was too busy. I didn't have the time to go off anybody.
Hold it!
Are you just trying to cover for Betty? No, of course not. I believe in my sister. I know she'd never murder anyone. But you think my client would? No, I believe in Trucy too. I know she'd never murder anyone either. Well, we just ran out of suspects in that case. Yes, but... See? You should have just kept your mouth shut, dummy. You're just making a fool of yourself. Just be nice and quiet like a good little bunny, got it? Alright, I guess there's no help. Boy, it's impossible to get anything out of Bonnie with Betty right here. So Betty was too busy getting ready for the next trick to have time for murder, huh? There must be some way to prove that that wasn't the case. They kind of gave us a hint in this testimony. It can be this one or the last one, to be honest. They're both saying about the same thing. But what would actually be the reason why? You think it was the fire bucket?
Objection!
Oh, that one doesn't work. The witness statement contradicts this piece of evidence, Your Honor. And just what part of the testimony is inconsistent with this evidence? Huh? That's funny. I thought I saw an inconsistency a second ago. It disappeared like magic. The murder occurred during a magic show, so crazy things like this are bound to happen. Oh, really? Well, let's see how magical you think this penalty is. This seems pretty normal to me, Your Honor.
Hold it!
Hold on. Third statement. That would probably fit for this bucket. So it wasn't exactly prepared.
Objection!
I hate to break this to you, Betty, but there's a big flaw in your testimony. As big as the one in the floating trick you did earlier. Oh, harsh words. Well, let me tell you something, forehead boy. No one has ever figured out how we do our teleportation trick. No one except me, and well, we have even better tricks up our sleeve. Huh? We do? I told you to keep it zipped. Poor Bunny. No, don't fight, you two. Mr. Justice, what's this all about, a flaw in the testimony? The script has this to say about the fire trick. This will be dangerous. Make sure the fire bucket is ready. However, we found the fire bucket lying empty backstage except for a layer of dust. Ouch! You didn't even attempt to get ready for the next trick, did you, Betty? You got me! Betty defamed. You will explain yourself. There's nothing to explain. Come on, Betty. We can't hide it any longer. We might as well tell them. Shut up! You can barely take care of yourself. Don't try and tell me what to do. Well, if neither of you will explain, I guess I'll have to. The reason Betty didn't prepare for the fire trick is because she process of elimination. We're going to eliminate the first one. Because even if she was afraid of fire, this has no bearing on the case. You didn't prepare for the fire trick because you knew, didn't you? You knew that the body would be found and that the show would then be canceled. Don't be ridiculous, you insufficient speck of a man. I'm gonna yank those lame bangs of yours off. Is that what you want, huh?
Objection!
Whatever, they can grow back. Now, stop stalling and just tell us the truth already. I can't reveal my secrets. I'm a magician. You have been chasing the shadows of an illusory culprit defense and having chanced upon a convenient target. You have let yourself get carried away. Exactly. Where's your proof, huh? And yet, I can see that the witness's case for foul words has also been proven. I advise you to confine your deceitful trickery to your magic act, witness. Deceitful trickery?
Objection!
As your court-appointed therapist, I'd like to add something here, Betty. You finally let yourself be who you really are. But if you continue to hide behind lies, you'll just be imprisoning your heart all over again. But all these questions mean you're trying to put me in prison for real. So I'll be behind bars either way. Does that mean you're admitting your guilt? Of course not. I can't believe you people. Every one of you think I did something I didn't do. You! Blatzer boy, cue-ball geezer, head case rat, Sabrurius monk. Cue-ball geezer? Head case rat, really? Betty, calm down. Come on now. Deep breath. Deep breath. Look. I'm not the murderer, I tell you. Then how did you know the show would be called off before the fire trick? I told you. We can't reveal our secret. We're under contract. Contract? What is she talking about? Be that as it may, you're obviously a suspect in this case.
Objection!
I'm beginning to see the karmic threads that make up the intricate tapestry that is this case. Huh? Allow me to summarize your assertions. First, that the victim was killed in the interstate pass. Second, the witness and the accused are the only two who could have done it. Exactly. What's more, Betty knew that the body would be found, and that the magic show would then be called off. Therefore, it's reasonable to conclude that Betty killed the victim under stage. What if Betty knew that the show would be called off for some other reason? Like what? In the course of my investigation, I found it strange that the dragon's head piece fell when it did. That, in conjunction with the body tumbling from the coffin in such a dramatic fashion, all seemed super perfect for mere happenstance. It was as though the entire chain of events had been planned out in advance. We kind of already knew. Ouch! Planned out? After deciding to take this case, I scrupulously studied everything I could about the mass media in this country. Read the newspaper, report, I even browsed tabloid magazines. All very industrious, and I'm impressed. During this process, I learned about a strange practice favored by the TV world. A practice called the hidden camera. Ah! Betty and Bonnie, you knew about this, not? About the dead body appearing, head piece, falling, the show being suspended. You were informed of this plan. I take 2TV in advance, correct? Ah! Is that true? Betty, please! Let's tell them now. I can't hold it in anymore. Dang it! Fine, you got us. Everything the prosecutor said is true. The TV station paid us to cooperate with them on this plan. It was all a prank, a big setup planned out in advance. Mr. Rios showing up dead in the coffin, the set piece falling down, it was all completely scripted. It was all a prank, except for the death of Mr. Rios. Bonnie, is this really true? Yes, Mr. Rios was supposed to pretend to be dead. That's how it was supposed to go. So, he was in on it too? That's right. He was supposed to show up dead in the coffin. And then the set piece would fall down. Lucy would be shocked and started to panic. So that's how the prank script went. What? What the heck kind of prank is that? But never thought he'd actually wind up dead. Yeah. That was the only thing that was different from the script. Poor Mr. Rios. I'm so completely lost right now. Well, Betty and Bonnie, certainly sounds like you have some explaining to do. Alright. Yes, desperate times calls for desperate measures. Just this once, we'll share how it was done with you. So listen carefully. You'll never hear this kind of thing anywhere else. After a teleportation trick, I went down under. Mr. Rios' body appeared from the coffin on stage. Time for Betty to do her job in the stage path. Right, I used the remote control for the wind connected to the dragon's head piece. Made it fall down. And just before the dragon fell, I called Trucy to the backstage so she didn't get hurt. To that, the plan was for Mr. Rios to come back to life in front of a panicked Trucy. He was supposed to laugh and fly up and away. That was how it was scripted anyway. But for some reason, he really did turn up dead, and it just stayed on the ground. What kind of sick joke is that? Sounds like a terribly mean-spirited prank to me. Poor defendant was trying to do her magic. Yes, so. Sorry, Trucy. Whatever. It was all the ratings, Raja. Yeah, sounds like just the kind of thing a guy like him would come up with. This is the prank plan script we got from the ratings, Raja. Prank plan script added to the court record. Dang it! You made us break our contract! Now we won't get paid! But where does this all leave us? Who killed the victim and when? Yes, exactly. Those are the questions. If Mr. Rios was only pretending to be dead in the coffin as a part of the prank, then when he was under stage, there would still be life within him. And if that is the case, then Betty, who was also under stage, may be excluded from our list of suspects. Ah! Goodness. Was the victim alive up until he entered the coffin? Oh, well, now that we've spilled the beans, we might as well show you this video. Greetings, viewers. It is I, the great Mr. Rios. We are currently in the middle of Trucy's escape trick. Having snuck through the understage passage undetected, I am now hiding backstage, preparing to play a little prank on Trucy. I'm about to hide in the coffin, which Trucy will stab with her rubber sword. When the coffin opens, oh, I'll be in it, acting as though I've had my mate. Can you imagine the look on Trucy's face then? Oh, I can hardly wait. He's about to hide in the coffin? It would seem the threads of karmic destiny led us to the truth. The victim passed through the understage where Betty DeFam was. Came up into the backstage area. We know this because Mr. Rios appeared to the backstage when we shot the video we saw. It appears that way, yes. And defense, you propose the following, not? What if the victim was killed under the stage before being put into the coffin? Then, what about this video? Footage taken for Mr. Rios in the coffin. Oh, so does that mean? Yes, it is horrible but true. The tragedy did indeed play out right there on the screen. Went into the coffin where Mr. Rios was hiding. Trucy Wright thrust her blade. Ah! See? Told you so. Oh, are you saying the incident was a tragic accident that happened during a prank? Would be an accident if the accused had no knowledge of the prank beforehand. So let us ask you, so, Just right. Did you have prior knowledge of the prank? What? I tell him. Tell him, Trucy. You didn't know anything about it, right? Of course I didn't. I didn't know a single thing about it. Still think you can play innocent, do you? Not Chase. You leave me a little choice but to present this piece. Look, some sort of note. That's. I found this note in the dressing room after the. At this time, I did not understand what it meant. But all is clear to me. What's this? See, it says, get the video camera after Mr. Rios comes tumbling out. There's a note signed by the accused, instructing Bonnie but Mr. Rios' video camera. I don't get it. It doesn't make any sense. I found it in the dressing room before the show. When I saw it, I realized the truth was about the prank. It does bear her signature. I'll give you that much. Christie's no added to the court record. So the defendant had prior knowledge of the prank? It appears so, yes. She learned about the plan to trick her. She decided to use it to her own advantage. So she thrust the steel sword into the coffin for the victim that touched it. Is that not what happened, Mr. Wright? Of course not! And I didn't write or sign that note! Ah, but the handwriting matches. All the evidence and testimony points. But I didn't do it. It wasn't me. Then explain the existence of this note. You can do that, can't you? I can't explain. I didn't write it. I don't understand. I didn't kill Mr. Rios. You have to believe me. Silence is deafening. Continue struggling against it as it's your own karma if you wish. Even as you are, inescapable caught, web of fate spawned for you. That's right. It is time to resign yourself to me. No! I didn't do it! I knew it! This sweaty-looking girl, a murderer? She took all of us in. I told you I knew she was a homicidal little witch. But I didn't do it! I really didn't! Why doesn't anybody believe me? We won't fall for you anymore. This is bad. Your Honor, I suggest we put an end to this tragedy. In your official ruling, let's offer the victim's soul the last rite it due. Very well. But suppose I have no other choice. This court hereby finds the defendant.
Objection!
defense has an objection. Apollo! You! Even now you would. I won't give up. And I refuse to let either of them down. Right. And Trucy, put all of her faith in me. Mr. Justice, the fact that you have raised an objection means that you have evidence with which to refute the prosecution's claim, correct? Yes, of course, Your Honor. Do we really have anything, Apollo? Actually, we do. There's one piece of evidence we can present here. Very well, Mr. Justice. You may proceed. As we saw on the show footage, no question that the defendant thrust the sword into the coffin. Defense doesn't dispute this point. Let us not forget that this was a magic show filled with tricks and illusions. You can't take everything with you see at face value. You're saying some sleight of hand was somehow involved? Yes. Defense contends that the sword that the defendant used was not the cause of death. What was it Lucy told me she did just before she thrust the sword into the coffin? Very well. Let us see your evidence then, Mr. Justice. But remember, you interrupted my verdict to make this claim. You will be severely punished if I find you bluffing. That's fine, Your Honor. This shows that it's possible that the sword Miss Wright used was not the cause of death. This should be pretty easy, Di. Photo? Which photo?
Take that!
Well, what's this? A sword from the show? That's right, Your Honor. This rubber sword was in the sword stand understage. During the trick, Miss Wright was supposed to swap the real sword for a rubber sword. And she told us on record that remembers very clearly that she did. So the sword the defendant thrust into the coffin was a rubber sword, was it? Then why was a steel sword found lying on the stage? Somebody must have put the steel sword there by swapping it with a rubber one. Just after the incident occurred, the dragon's set piece fell. The theater was evacuated. The real culprit must have used the resulting chaos to swap the rubber sword for the steel one. Do you not know when to give up, stink bug? That is not possible. Blood was found in the coffin, hole that the sword was thrust into. Must have been left there when the accused withdrew the sword. But if you look at the video, the sword doesn't have any blood. This is incontrovertible proof that the sword she used was sealed.
Objection!
But the blood could be the result of someone tampering with the crime scene after the fact. After the set piece fell and the audience was cleared out of the theater, there was plenty of time for somebody to plant that blood there. The sword the accused used was a rubber one. Then, when exactly do you suppose the victim was killed? Given that Mr. Reyes was alive when he entered that car.
Objection!
Finding the answers to that question is precisely why we need to continue this trial. Let me express my opinion. By all accounts, it is certainly reasonable to suspect the defendant based on the evidence. But as the question of whether the sword the defendant used was rubber or steel, I believe further discussion is warranted. I suggest we hear from the defendant herself on this issue. Very well, Your Honor. Yes, I saved it. Somehow. Too close for comfort. Still. Crime photo updated into the court record. Let's adjourn for a brief 15-minute recess. I advise the prosecution and the defense to use this time to prepare. April 28th. District Court. Defendant lobby number 3. Phew. That was hairy. Tell me about it. You barely made it through by the skin of my teeth. Can't say I'm crazy about that prosecutor said mighty easy. No, the way he says let it go and move on, as if it's nothing. Let it go and move on, huh? Oh boy, am I interrupting a secret conclave villains or something? Oh, no. But your next evil scheme in the works already. What do you want? Keep making that face, champ, and everybody's gonna change the channel. Look this way, Trissy. Smile to the camera. See those pearly whites? Isn't that what the Grimari greed tells you to do? How does it feel, Trissy? Everybody online can't stop talking about it. They're calling you a real witch. Could this be the end of the Trupe Grimari? Get away, you creep! Oh, what's this? Something just charged into the frame. Looks like a yellow gorilla or something. Could it be Trussy's pet? Filming is prohibited inside the courthouse. Do you want me to get the bailiff? Huh? Filming? What are you talking about? Oh yeah, a camera on me. Huh? What happened to the camera? Just disappeared right before our very eyes. I'll be enjoying the rest of the Trucy show from the gallery. Put her out a call for Trucy's fans to come and support her earlier, by the way. Bet I'll get some great footage out of them. This is gonna be good. Hang loose, baby. Called in some of Trucy's fans, but for what purpose? Follow? That thing Mr. Reyes just did. That was some high-level sleight of hand. Huh? Why would he know how to do something like that? I don't know. But he definitely has some serious magic. Hey. But I thought he said magicians were all a bunch of good for nothing. Where? Oh, hello, Bonnie. Can I help you with something? No. There's something that's been bothering me. Really? What is it? Well, you see... Hey, dummy! What are you whispering to Lobster Boy about? Betty! Who the heck do you think you are? Are you crazy? You want a piece of this? You know you have to talk to me first before you do or say anything, you harebrained. Shut your mouth, you dumb bunny. Come with me now. I wonder what was bothering her. No way we're finding that out with Betty constantly hovering over her like that. Court is about to reconvene. Will you be alright testifying? Yes. Just. I wonder what Mr. Reyes has up his sleeve. Or Mr. Retness has up his sleeve. Doubt he's bringing in actual fans. Yeah, probably not. I wonder what he has up to. Better not be trying to get under Trucy's skin right now. Ball time. You're Trucy right, and you'll be fine. Oh! There goes Apollo with his best trick. That's right. Whenever I'm feeling down, I always tell myself I'm fine. Alright, I'll give it a try. I'm Trucy right and I'm fine! Thanks, Polly. I think I can do this now. Got it, girl. Good luck up there on the stand. You'll do great. Thanks, I'll be fine. I can do this! Alright, Justice. You can do this too. Time to focus on the rest of the trial. April 28th. District Court. Courtroom number 6. Court is now back in session. Defendant, please step up to the witness stand. Trucy Wright. Petition. Here comes the liar, the deceitful witch. Throw the murderer in jail. The last member of the criminal power. Ooh, we want to see. Order. The gallery will be quiet, or I will have you all thrown out on the spot. What's with all the hecklers? Bet they're the fans Mr. Ratner invited. What a jerk A. What a grade A jerk. Well, not going to psych us out. No then, Miss Wright. The court would like to know if you switched from the steel sword to a rubber one on stage. Please testify about this issue. She's going to try and trick us again with her magic. Hurry up and give her the death penalty. Silence, all of you. I won't tell you again. That's right. Do you feel able to testify? Yes. I am, Your Honor. Interesting. I knew I shouldn't have let her go through with this. I'd like to make a small request. How about instead of testifying with words, I show you exactly what happened? Would that be alright, Your Honor? You can witness my stupendous sword-switching magic and judge for yourself. In spite of everything, she's still smiling. Our Trucy is amazing, isn't she? Sure is. Doing just fine up there. The entertainer always keeps a smile on their face. Faithfully following the Trupe Grammari creed right now. She really is something else. Showtime for a magical girl, Trucy Wright. Watch carefully now, everyone. Stupendous sword switch. Ladies and gentlemen, please focus your attention on this sword. Allow me to demonstrate just how sharp this blade truly is. See that? No tricks or gimmicks. A very sharp sword indeed. Now then, ladies and gentlemen, watch. I take this sword and... presto, swordo. There. I've switched it. And now... As you can see, the blade is not steel, but rubber. Bravo, Miss Wright. Wow, she switched them in a flash. Didn't see her do it at all. She's completely turned the room around. The hecklers are being drowned out by all the cheering. Well, where did the steel sword vanish off to, Miss Wright? Or to deepen our understanding of the case, please tell us if you would. Oh, I'm not asking out of mere curiosity, just so you know. I usually hide the steel sword backstage when I switch them during the show. So when you thrust the rubber sword into the coffin, the steel sword wasn't even on stage, but behind the curtain? Exactly. So you see, there is a trick and a gimmick to it after all. And as for where the steel sword went when I performed the trick just now, it's a secret. I wouldn't want to spoil the magic for you, now would I? Ho ho ho. That's our trucy. Yeah, still. That's right. That part where you spun around, that's an actual part of the sword switching trick you do for the show, right? Right. The other parts, like the apple, were just to help with my explanation here in court. That's funny. I found an inconsistent testimony. It looks like I'm not the only one. Oh, what it's doing there. And now that I found it, I have to get to the bottom of it. Now then, Mr. Justice, you may go ahead and question the witness. But try not to ask dumb questions and spoil this wondrous magic. I thought this was supposed to be my cross-examination.
Hold it!
Please be careful, Miss Wright. Don't worry, I practiced this trick 1,000 times. Credit, Paulo. You have to give Tristan some credit. I was with you. Don't make me nervous this time. That's what magic is all about. A truly great magician can make her audience experience all kinds of thrills and chills. Guess you're right. You better try not to interrupt her too much while she's doing this trick. I don't want to distract her and break her concentration. Now, ladies and gentlemen, back to the exciting world of magic. Hello? 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 Say hi to the people? Say hi to the people? Say hi. Say hi to everybody. Say hi. Say hi. Say hi. Say hi. Say hi. Pizza pan was moved off the pan, wasn't it? No? That's where he was the last time I saw him.
Hold it!
That's right. Um, please don't swing that big, dangerous thing around. Somebody could get hurt. Apollo! Please don't shout when I'm swinging that blade around. Somebody could get hurt. Oh, yeah, sorry about that. I couldn't help myself. Huh. You should know better than to talk to me when I'm on stage. Mr. Justice, I'll see you in my chambers after court is adjourned. Uh-oh, I don't suppose somebody could make me disappear before that happens. Let's just watch quietly, shall we, Apollo? And now back to the show. Say hi. Say hi. You say hi?
Hold it!
So it's definitely a real sword, right? Now, Apollo. I know you're excited, but you have to control yourself. Mr. Justice, you needlessly interrupt this wonderful magic show again. I will be forced to bring my very real gavel down on your head. The judge seems to be completely taken in by Trucy's magic. Yeah, it's like she cast a magic spell over him. I better not interrupt her anymore. There's no telling what the judge might do to me. That's right. Please ignore any further outbursts from Mr. Justice. And proceed with your spectacular trick. All right. Here I go then.
Hold it!
Oops, I did it again. Oops, I did it again. I've had it up to here, Apollo. Can't you listen quietly like a big boy? Sorry about that. I got a little too worked up. Apollo? Now, boys and girls, watch carefully and please don't kick the seat in front of you. I will now take this sword and...
Hold it!
Oh, you switched swords when you spun around just now? That's right. It's the same way I do the trick in the actual magic show, too. But I'm also doing a lot of extra things that I don't do during the show right now, though. The key point is the sword switching. If only we could prove she did it during the actual show, too. Right. Prove that she switched them during the show. What's the matter, Apollo? You look troubled. Oh, it's nothing. Oh, this is quite the pickle. How should I go about handling this? That's right. Please continue with your trip. So, you've all just witnessed me switching the sword.
Hold it!
Watch out! What do you think you're doing, Apollo? But you were putting yourself in danger. I couldn't just stand by and not say something. Mr. Justice, you're putting your head in danger of meeting my gavel. Apollo, you'd better apologize before you become this case's next victim. I'm very sorry, everyone. How did it come to this? Alright, boys and girls, if you want to ask for an encore, wait until the end, okay? Now then, my sword was sharp as steel just moments ago, but Wow, that's incredible. When in the world did you switch them? Huh? But I explained it once already. Could you show it again to me? Sure. But remember, a magician doesn't usually share secrets. So this is a very special exception. And I'm very grateful for your generosity. Believe me! I better take a good hard look at the instant she switched the swords. Even though she explained how she does it, I still can't see her do it. It blows me away no matter how many times I watch it. Yeah, me too, but what is it, Apollo? You notice something about the way Trucy moves during the trick? You mean like her movement? I don't get it. What's the real story, Trucy? Five? Okay. Okay. Statement 5. You already know the answer to it, don't you? That's not going to help us with this one. You're trying to, you're pulling out a contradiction between what she did here compared to the show. You need to have something that relates to that. You wanted to choose the sword stand on statement 5, which is not going to work. So what you're trying to do is compare what she was doing right there in the courtroom to her performance. Okay, that's it. Actually, pretty easy if you actually think about it.
Objection!
That's right. There's something I'd like to confirm with you. What is it, Apollo? There seems to be a discrepancy between the way you performed the trick for us just now and the way it appears in the show footage. What? That can't be. I performed it exactly the same way both times. Then what's going on here? That's right. I have the show footage right here. And the part where you twirl your cape around is missing from it. What? But I did it! So, it really is the exact moment you switched the swords? Yes, that's right. I knew it! So, the video's been edited. Well, I certainly never expected the defense to expose the accuser's lie for me. Well, he didn't. He just discovered that the video's edited. Because if she is sitting there saying that she performed it exactly the same way, and there's no ifs, ands, or but about it, the video was tampered. Mr. Justice, does this mean that you are arguing that the defendant did not swap the swords during the actual magic show? No, Your Honor, that wasn't my intention. I mean, I did swap them. I know I did. I'm absolutely sure of it. Human memory is reliable, but in this case, I'm afraid that it is the witness itself who can be trusted. We can see the footage for ourselves. Claims of the witness are false. But now that it has been proven that the accused did not swap swords, means that the use of the steel sword to pierce the coffin was fully intended. And by the way, was it not you, Mr. Justice, who argued that Mr. Reese's death was not an accident, but murder? I assume you have no objections to that still, but after all, your own assertion. The defense.
Objection!
The defense has an objection to you, Mr. Apollo Justice. I demand you withdraw the discrepancy you pointed out now. But there is a discrepancy, and it must mean something, I'm sure of it. Would the defense team kindly save their spat until after court is adjourned? Now, after all this debate, it seems we've come back to the original argument. The defendant knew what the prank planned that would place the victim inside the coffin. What's more, the defendant did not perform the sword switching trick on stage. Through her actions, I'm afraid I have come to see the true intentions of the accused. The murderous intention. It's such a shame. But I did switch the swords, I swear! You're knee deep in it now, Jeff. Excuse me. Let's see. You are which one again? Bunny? No, that's not right. Body. It's funny. We're mixing the two names together, Your Honor. Pardon me. Do you have something you wish to say, Bonnie? Yes, Your Honor. I'd like to testify. About what? The more I think about it, the less possible it seems. I don't believe Trucy killed Mr. Riaz. Honey? Hey, what's the big idea? Such Such an incredible, gifted, and talented magician would never commit murder. I refuse to believe it. What are you talking about, you hair-brained hair? You keep your trap shut. I got a bag of baby carrots for you, so chew on those and pipe down. No, I won't be quiet. What's the matter with you? Didn't you hear me? Trucy said something to me once. Huh? She said, no matter how scared you get, no matter how mean people are to you, you can't give in or give up. That's what being a professional magician is all about. Isn't that right, Trucy? That's right, Bonnie. I've always been afraid to stand up to Betty. Afraid to defy her. So I did what she said. When I saw Trucy today, she gave me strength. I'd like to make a special request. How about instead of testifying with words, I show you exactly what happened? That be all right, Your Honor? You can witness my stupendous sword-switching magic and judge for yourselves. See her courage. The way she kept smiling despite everything. She's just incredible. So I'm not going to run away. I'm scared. But for once, I'm going to be brave. What have you done to my sister, Trucy, Wright? You've practically brainwashed her. It's the power of Trucy's conviction. That's what it is. It's touched Bonnie's heart. Yeah. Trucy is one magical girl. Bonnie, is the topic of your testimony related to that thing that was bothering you? The thing you tried to help us about in the lobby during the recess? Yes, ever since I saw the footage, something's been nagging at me. I'm not sure what it is. Something is off. I feel like something about it is different from what I saw on the stage. What do you mean by that, Bonnie? I'm sure if it was shown on TV, it's really the same as what happened.
Objection!
Of course it is. The show has only been performed once, that's all. Can't show anything other than what happened on the stage yesterday.
Objection!
But Bonnie's testimony deserves our attention. We have to examine the show footage. But what can we check it against? You have some other footage of the show? Well, I have some show footage. Hello, plushie. Do? One of the TV station cameramen said he was a fan of mine. Kept his camera on me throughout the entire show. Afterwards, gave me the footage he shot as a present. Did. I thought it was kind of creepy, so I was going to get rid of
Hold
it.
it!
The police submit that footage to the court. So then, let's take a look at this new footage. Wow, okay then. He really did keep his camera up Bonnie the whole time, didn't he? I think this cameraman needs to keep his professional feelings out of his work. Well, defense, do you still believe this new show footage is worth inspecting? Of course I do. Okay, so how are we going to do this? How are we going to go about this? Let's try comparing this. You just might find inconsistency. Yes, the two pieces of evidence are of the same scene, so they should match up. But Bonnie felt that there was something off about the original footage. So if we can pick out what's different between the two, we'll know what Bonnie found strange. Exactly. Plus, we may figure out why the original doesn't show the sword switch effect. Your Honor, the defense would like to compare these two pieces of show footage. Very well. I will allow it. What a waste. Apollo, do you know how to compare the two pieces of footage? No, I've never done it before. I'll give you a little lesson then. Here's the video player button to go through the footage. When you want to see through, use the fast forward button, press A. And if you want to go back, use the rewind button, press Y. If you want to halt the playback, just use the pause button, G. Oh, and by the way, if you fast forward or rewind when the playback is paused, you can do a slow frame by frame playback. Okay, so how do I switch the video? Just use the switch camera button L. Now, if you find a difference between the two pieces of footage, put the cursor over what's different and present X to the court. Thanks, Justina. You really know your stuff. Really, I just give it some gusto and went with my gut on it. What? I sure hope she guessed right. Anyways, let's give it a try. Okay. This is the original footage. We're going to let it play through first. So there was an unusual long pause. Okay, let's take a look at second footage. To look alike, we're supposed to find inconsistency. Alright. So what we're gonna do, we're going to pause. And okay. Typically, when you're watching on a disc, those lines aren't present on a disc. That's a VHS thing. Alright, so we're going to stop it right there. We're going to... So there's where that frame is at. Okay? Well, she is there, technically. Okay, so she's already plunged into here, but do you see what's missing? Let's rewind this a bit. This is very easy to figure out. Well, there is a sword, but you just can't see it on this side. But there is something in this footage that you don't see. Okay? You see that? I will rewind it. The cards are present in here. So this is not what's shown in the other video. This is they're not shown in the first one.
Take that!
This is it right here. Take a good look at this scene and compare it to the video shot from the front. Oh, the playing cards don't appear in the video shot from the front. Hey, you're right. What's going on here? Miss Wright, what can you tell us about these playing cards? Oh, those? So they're the cards I throw when I do the sword switching trick. What? Mr. Justice, does this mean? Yes, it means that the sword switching trick was cut from the TV show footage. So the footage was edited? Yes, with malicious intent. That is absurd. Well, we must get to the bottom of this right away. Bailiff, the TV station might still have the unedited footage. She's cheating in poker. Go see what you can find out. Yes, Your Honor. Uh-oh. It's you. Now hold up, Your Honor. This is all just a big misunderstanding, believe you me. Give a guy a chance to defend himself before you start pointing fingers. And who might you be? Right. Sorry about that. Got ahead of myself. Here's my business card. Charmed to make your acquaintance, Your Honor. Oh, well, how very polite of you. It's lovely to meet you too, Budmati. Please, take my card. A business card? Oh yes, I read about this custom among businessmen in this country. I have even familiarized myself with the various supplies. How do you do, good sir? Or what's crack-a-lacking homie, for example? Oh ho! You're from the Take-Two TV, are you witness? Come to think of it, I believe I've seen you on television before. Yeah. Roger Retnan, otherwise known as the Ratings Raja. He is a TV producer and appears on many of his own shows as of late. He is best known for his catchphrase, hang loose. Oh my, so you're the Ratings Raja. Hang loose, judgy baby. Nice courtroom you got here. I never thought I'd get to meet you in person. The prosecutor Sadmati, how did you know so much about him? Preparations for the case, I watched all of his shows. I found the Rating Raja's go-to burger barn of particular interest. That sounds like a bad title for a show. It inspired me to visit the restaurant straight away to learn more about the local cuisine. So he went to McDonald's. What? You went to Burger Barn? Who would have thought? You must have really wanted to try it, huh, buddy? Because that line... Whew. Compared to my aesthetic training, an honors weight is nothing. I recommend the Southern burger with jalapeno jack cheese, by the way. I've actually had jalapeno jack cheese. Not as cracked up to me. It's not as spicy as any of the other ones. Now, if you want to try habanero jack cheese, that's actually pretty good cheese. It's very hot, but it's good cheese. So, I will take the Southwestern burger, and I will up the ante with a habanero jack cheese. How about that? With a little bit of barbecue sauce. Does that sound yummy, Di? I bet you're like, no, that's too much spice. Southwest burger does have peppers in it, by the way. That's why they call it a Southwestern burger. You can buy dehydrated pepper flakes in a bottle, and you can actually put it in the meat. You get your spices that way. But I would up the ante and go with a habanero jack cheese. If he wants to go through the spicy route. I also will add a little bit of honey mustard, or not honey mustard, honey barbecue. Add a little bit of sweetness to it. Gotta have that sweetness to it. But I also like the traditional burger, the Swiss cheese, and the honey barbecue, which I should try someday. Swiss cheese, honey barbecue. Replace the ketchup. I'm having a hard time picturing him in line for burgers. Prosecutor slowed Marty's unexpected enthusiasm for food aside. Mr. Ratness, what's this misunderstanding you mentioned? Well, for starters, it's true that the footage is edited. You'll get your hands on this anyway, so I might as well show you the unedited footage. It's a pretty long video, so I'll just show you the part with playing cards. You can see the cards when Christy spins around, so keep your eyes peeled. Did you see the part that was cut where Trucy switched the swords? She spins around and the playing cards go flying. Things like it's... Then it seems the defendant really did swap swords during the trick. Which means the sword Miss Wright thrust into the coffin was the rubber one. In other words, Miss Wright couldn't have killed Mr. Rios. Yeah, see, that's the first misunderstanding right there. What do you mean? Well, Christy definitely did swap swords, as you saw. But yeah, maybe she didn't kill Mr. Rios when she stabbed the coffin. That just means she killed after she showed up pretending to be a corpse. You're saying that up until that point, everything was going according to the script? That's true. Then when and how exactly do you think he was killed? Because after the dragon set piece came crashing down. I saw Trucy murder Mr. Rios when he was hidden from view behind the set piece. He couldn't have easily done it behind that huge dragon. He could have easily done it behind that huge dragon. Nobody be the wiser. See. This is a ring of truth to your assertion. That, plus, suspicious looking shadow in the footage, too. Towards the end of the footage, just before the dragon hits the stage. It might be easier to just see it for yourself. That was the Mr. Hat. It's only for a split second, so it's hard to catch, but we already know what that is. The suspicious shadow must be. He's using the steel sword she had behind the curtain during the trick to kill the victim. Now that you mention it, I suppose it does look.
Objection!
This witness is just trying to ram his theory down our throats, Your Honor. And that's not all. Aren't we forgetting that the witness willfully edited the sword switch out of the footage? See, there's your second misunderstanding right there. Your Honor, do you mind if I testified about it? I've seen people testify on TV, and I've always wanted to give it a shot. That would be fine with me. Prosecutor Sadmati, this is quite unexpected. It threatens to disrupt the karmic course of this case. Hey, line up, pretty boy. You've gotten like what I've got to. You're gonna like what I'm gonna say, promise. Very well. However, if you do anything to impede the last rites for the victim, I will have you. All right. With Prosecutor Sadmati's permission, please give us your testimony, Mr. Reyes. Roger Redness, the raiding Raja, now Kaiser of the courtroom. Haha, I'm taking over the floor, so listen up, loyal viewers. It wasn't deliberate, I tell you. Footage is meant to be edited, I tell you. Scenes are spliced together and long or boring scenes are cut out. All the stations edit footage this way. It wasn't like it was done maliciously or something. That is something a normal stations wouldn't edit because it's essential to the magic trick. That wouldn't be a reason to edit. It was just a coincidence that the particular scene was cut. It wasn't intentional. Or what? You got some proof that I had an ulterior motive for editing the footage? Well, it's his way of saying hang loose, baby. See, you're saying it was a coincidence that the sword swapping scene was cut? That's right. Glad you got the picture.
Objection!
Coincidence. Coincidence? That's just a little too convenient if you ask me. Oh, an objection. How cool. It sure packs a lot more punch when you hear it live. Do that again. Gotta get another shot from a different angle. My objection is not for your entertainment. And cut. There. I got some good stuff there. Mr. Redness, filming is prohibited inside this courthouse. Oops, my bad, Judge. And if the defense has an issue, it can point it out during its cross-examination. You know, typically, if they're caught with a camera inside the courtroom, they're usually confiscated at the door, and they will give them the camera back when they leave the courthouse.
Hold it!
Really? I've never heard anybody say that. It's common knowledge in the TV world. You got any idea what a snooze cruise would be to watch a magic show without editing? That's if you haven't watched the magic show. That would be boring. Hello. 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 No, no, no. Settle down. There we go. You knocked my bottle on the floor. What are you doing? What are you doing? Goodbye. Goodbye. That was ice cold. Anyways, editing it is what makes TV worth watching.
Hold it!
Are you saying you thought there were boring scenes in Miss Wright's magic show? Gotta ask, that script and presentation deserves a place on the cutting room floor. Broadcasting that mess as is would have been a complete disaster. Or so he says. When you got fans cheering for it and loud and rowdy like that, you don't want to edit any of that. You want that excitement. That's called rating. That's why I had to edit the footage. It's just what a TV man does. What didn't you like about the show exactly? The whole thing. It was a major snooze fest. Maybe common folks like you don't get it. Maybe hypocrites like him don't get it. But a show's only as good as how loud, flashy, and trashy it is. It was plenty loud and flashy on its own. All you did was add the trash. I suppose each industry has its own way of doing things. Just as we in the legal profession focus exclusively on evidence and testimony. Exactly. Whether it's showbiz or legal biz, we do what we gotta do to get the job done. Anyways, editing footage is just a matter of course in the TV industry.
Hold it!
It wasn't done maliciously, huh? But I get the distinct impression that you bear feelings of ill will towards Trippy Grimari. Huh? What makes you think that? The things that you yourself have said. You'll see. I'll dig up the dirt and expose the dark hearts behind that sweet smile. I'll prove those Grimari magicians are all a bunch of lowlives. And I also get the impression that you felt this way for a long time.
Objection!
Words such as those can be interpreted in many different ways. Examples, though, I bear the defense no ill will. I would not hesitate to say that he is a good-for-nothing lot of a lawyer. You bear me no ill will. Could have fooled me. And yet it is I am only strict on you as it seems you have strayed from the path. If you have any objections, Mr. Justice, please make your case with evidence. Mr. Redness, please continue your testimony. Before there was 4K, we were always staying caught in HD.
Hold it!
Of all the scenes you could have cut, why the sword switching trick? That seems like too much of coincidence to me. Oh, so now you're gonna tell me how I'm supposed to edit my programs, Big Shot? It's hard being the boss, kid. You gotta make the tough choices, like which content gets cut. But let me ask you this. Why exactly did you make such a tough choice in this case? You wouldn't understand, champ. It's all about artistic vision. I tell you, people tell you how to do your job when they don't know the first thing about it. I may not know TV, but I know evidence law. And boy, do I have some for you, champ. See, if he knew anything about magic, which he should know that when it comes to a major part of the magic scenes, they should not be edited out because they're crucial to the magic trick. I might not be able to show that your selective editing was intentional. However, I know you bear the defendant ill will, and this is the evidence that proves it. This one's easy, Di. Think long and hard. This is easy. It's not going to be a stage diagram because it's got to relate to what it says at the bottom. Contract? That's not going to help us in this situation, Di. Well, the clipboard only shows that Trucy's signature was forged.
Take that!
That is not the answer. Well, the walkthrough's wrong, apparently. Huh? What's that you got there? This is the contract you had Miss Wright sign just before the magic show. This contract between the first party, Take Two TV, and second party, Miss Wright, reads, if through the fault of the second party, the show must be canceled in part or in full. The second party will pay $3 million as compensation to the first party. $3 million? That's a completely unreasonable sum. I couldn't agree more, and of course, Miss Wright doesn't have that kind of money. Nevertheless, Roger Rhett has had her sign this unreasonable contract anyway. Or more accurately, he conned her into signing it. Conned her? How did he do that? There's a trick to the clipboard that was used by Miss Wright to sign her contract. It housed carbon paper that can selectively copy her signature onto other documents. Oh, come on now. That's quite a nasty accusation flinging my way. For starters, you don't have any proof I had anything to do with that carbon paper stuff. Just because Trucy and her agency can't pay up, that doesn't mean I conned her. But $3 million? That's totally out of reach for an average person. In any case, this is important new information. Please add it to your testimony, Mr. Redness. Where's your proof linking me to the tricked out clipboard? You don't have any, do you? Well, technically it would prove if they were analyzed the signature, and they would see that it was if it was copied or used pen.
Hold it!
They would be able to tell. Very easy. This clipboard is yours, so isn't it, Mr. Retinas? Well, it belongs to the TV station anyway. That much I know. Maybe it was an old prop from one of our TV shows that got used by mistake. Or maybe you used this on purpose to con Miss Wright.
Objection!
Mr. Redness has already stated that he did not. Justice, please do not use this trial to try to get out of paying your agent debt. So that's not what I'm doing. Proof Mr. Redness is connected to the carbon paper, huh? Trucy's signature was copied under the fake contract. Then there must be an original contract that Trucy actually did sign. True, but I bet Redness is too savvy to leave something like that behind his evidence. What if his signature was copied onto more than just the fake contract? Like a third document with Trucy's signature on it? Have we seen anything like that, though? Hey, what are you guys whispering about? Let me continue my testing.
Hold it!
What other scenes did you cut from this footage? Huh? Oh, no others, I guess. I mean, you only edited out the sword switching trick scene and nothing else? That seems a little suspicious. Don't you think it's too much of a stretch to claim that as a mere coincidence?
Objection!
No matter how artificial you find the affair, stranger things have happened. That is, unless you have something which prove otherwise. And, well, you have a valid citizen. Curious, feel free to counter with Palo? It would sure make things easier if we had some. I think the defense team needs to be edited out of this trial. That's what they need. I'll have to clean up the footage later. He isn't really going to put this on TV, is he? Proof that Trucy's signature was copied, huh? But we don't have proof. That's why our agency's under siege right now. True. But do we? Okay. That gave us a big, giant clue. I hope you can figure it out, Di. That's the fourth statement. Are you sure? Unless you mean statement 5. This one should be pretty easy. So also you got to remember about signature. Nobody's going to be able to sign the same way twice. They can have the same curvature or whatever. No signature are going to be alike. So
Objection!
that's why this is going to be proof. You must be quite the con man if you can fool a magician with a simple trick. But if you think you can con a lawyer, you're very much mistaken. Hey kid, would it kill you to enunciate in front of the camera? You know, like a newscaster? I'd like you to take a look at Miss Wright's signature here on this note. Now, let's compare the signature to the one here on this contract. Oh, would you look at that? They're exactly the same. That's right, Your Honor. Not just similar, but exactly the same. Nobody can sign their name in exactly the same way twice, unless it's a copy. These signatures are proof positive that you conned Miss Wright. And they definitely prove your malicious intent. Say, not bad, lawyer guy. Didn't know you had it in you. This is really getting interesting now. It'll get great ratings for sure. Wasn't he just warned by the judge that he can't have a camera in the courtroom? Don't try to dodge the issue, Mr. Retinas. The fact is that you bear ill will against my client, so the show footage was definitely edited with malicious intent. Isn't that right?
Objection.
What a forced argument. And all you have really proven is not his ill will towards Mr. Wright, but his pecuniary greed. That's right. He just wanted money. Fat stacks is better, that's all. After all, I'd never even crossed paths with this magic. So, I'd have absolutely no reason to bear her any ill will, right? Didn't bear her any ill will. That chance. This guy definitely has some major hate for truth. We already know why. Do you know why, Di? Plus, she might still be in the dark because he missed last week. You'll see. I'll dig up the dirt and expose the dark heart behind that sweet smile. I'll prove those Grimari magicians are all a bunch of lowlives. Can't prove it with anything, but things he said is all points to that fact. There may be something between the two of them that gave birth to this drug. Some sort of connection that not even Trucy is aware of. Your Honor, I like to argue that Roger Rotnez and Trucy Wright must have crossed paths before. There must be some hidden connection between them. Hidden? Connection? What is it now? Just what are you getting at, Mr. Justice? It's futile to be asked. Surely it is just another one of the defense's fakeless things.
Objection!
You don't seem to have a very high opinion of me, but once you hear my argument, you'll wish you'd taken me a whole lot more seriously. Will I really? Very well then. Did you figure something out, Apollo? Nope, not a thing. What? That was just some good old-fashioned bluffing. Credit to Mr. Wright's fine training. I hope you know what you're doing. If you're going to make such a bold claim, Mr. Justice, I hope you're ready to elaborate. What is this hidden connection between the defendant and Roger Rotnez? We are going to eliminate the middle one. The sleight of hand trick Mr. Retinas did during the recess earlier. Filming is prohibited inside the courthouse. Do you want me to get the bailiff? Huh? Filming? What are you talking about? I don't even have a camera on me. What if Mr. Retinas is a magician too? Here's the problem. Here's the problem, shall we? She's 17, okay? She's 35. That's an illegal dating. Because she's technically considered a minor. So that would be the reason why I canceled it out. And the game would not go that far. And I just don't want to go into the discussion if that decision was chosen. What if? I believe it's up to the defense to fill in the blanks, not me. Well, if he is, he may have had some contact with Miss Wright somewhere along the line. Your argument is hardly worth responding to. But, by all means, please. There's a passage in the sacred scriptures of Koreanism. He who gives a sermon to a monkey, self a monkey. Yeah, it doesn't matter what you say to a dimwit. Couldn't get it anyway. But we saw Mr. Redness perform a magic trick. He made his video camera disappear in the blink of an eye. Well, I think it would be pretty funny if I were a magician. You would have been seeing. You must have been seeing things. Want me to introduce you to a good eye doctor? If a connection as tedious, as pretentious as that is all it takes, then every magician in the country could potentially bear ill will towards the... I guess you're not the sharpest knife in the drawer, are you, short stuff? You would do well to cleanse the putrid mind of yours in the holy waters of Mont Pony Pony. 3 days after a frigid waterfall, you should rise to the level of a numbskull for a numbskull. Ugh. Well, this numbskull has thick skin, so there. I think I get what you're driving at. Even if he is a magician, it's not exactly a reason to bear a grudge against Trucy, is it? Hold on. I can think of one person. One magician who has reason to bear a grudge against Trucy. Rather, one magician who has a reason to bear a grudge against Trucy Grupe Grimari. Oh? No way! Is something wrong, Mr. Justice? Your Honor, the defense wishes to submit evidence at this time. I see, and what sort of evidence do you have for us? Evidence that points to the real killer. The one who had a motive to commit this crime. What? What have you come up with this time, defense? Trucy Wright is the sole heir to the Trupe Grimari and its name. This puts her square in the crosshairs of one particular magician. And this piece of evidence points to that one person with a grudge against Miss Wright. This one should be very easy, Di. Very easy. So easy, in fact, you can push a button with it. See? That was easy. Yes, because I know this is easy. You should be able to figure it out. It's as simple as pressing the A button on a controller. Badge? No, we're not going to present the badge in this case. That was only the one time, okay? That was only the one time we had to present the badge. That will work for me.
Take that!
And who exactly are you naming, Mr. Justice? 13 years ago, the great Mr. Rios belonged to Trupe Grimari. But then, the Trupe outs him. Mr. Rios vowed to get revenge on them someday. What better way to accomplish that than through the ruination of their sole heir? And Mr. Rios is a victim, Mr. Justice. You've named a dead man as your suspect. But is he really dead? What do you mean, is he really dead? If the fact that Mr. Rios is the victim is what's throwing you off, then how about we consider this possibility? What if the man who died on that stage yesterday wasn't Mr. Rios? What? You mean the victim was an imposter? No, he wasn't an imposter. Not Mr. Rios. Then what about the real Mr. Rios? It would mean the real Mr. Rios is still alive. That's absurd. Mr. Justice, who is the real Mr. Rios, if not the victim of this case? It's all coming together now. Finally see the gimmick, the trick to this entire case. This should explain everything, Your Honor. The real killer, the one who hated the Trupe Grimari and wanted to sully its name. The magician lurking in the shadows who set up a fake Mr. Rios in his stand. The real Mr. Rios is... This should be easy, Di. Redness with a Z.
Take that!
What that? Yes. Yes, it is. Roger Redness is the real Mr. Rios. What? I am?
Objection!
Oh, hollow red pepper. Your impudence, thieves, proud not, but meaningless empty words. Can't possibly have proved to support such an outlandish theory. It's not a bad idea for a soap opera, but not even die-hard fans of the genre would stick around past the plot. You want proof? Well, I've got proof. I can prove it by proving that the Mr. Rios in yesterday's magic show was a fake. To do that, I just need you to look at the spot on this poster.
Take that!
This is the injury Mr. Rios sustained while practicing a magic trick 13 years ago. However, the video the victim shot of himself shows no trace of that injury. Oh my, you're absolutely right. Now, Mr. Redness, what do you suppose we find if we took a look at your right forearm? Is there by any chance a nasty 13-year-old scar under that sleeve of yours? Well, Mr. Redness, why don't you roll up your sleeves and let the court have a look? Or are you hiding something else up there? Come on now, I have nothing. I don't need to hide anything up there, because I require no tricks or gimmicks. You see, my magic is real. Is this what you were hoping to see? Oh, there it is! The scar! Just as I thought. That's right. I am the forgotten magician, abandoned to the dark understage of history. Great, Mr. Rios. This is totally absurd! How iconic. Say that this odious mark carved into me by Trupe Gamari would bring me back into the limelight once more. Strange are the karmic threads before me, that the witness is the real Mr. Rios, that who the victim who perished in the magic show. He was but a fan. I met him on one of my programs several years ago. Said he had become a magician out of admiration for the great Mr. Rios. Confidence told him my true identity and let him take on my magic. And when did this man take over for you? About 2 years. I taught him my tricks, even acted as his producer. So a mere amateur became a popular magician, courtesy of my magic, on the stage we call television. Hope you enjoy the show. You really had us all fooled. Mr. Redness, or should I say Mr. Rios, in your hatred of Trupe Gamari, you killed the victim, Mr. Street, and then set up Miss Wright to take the fall, didn't you? You did it all just to tarnish the Gamari name. I have no idea what you're talking about, lad. I set up the prank. That much is true. But it was simply a harmless joke on Susie, I assure you. Yet she learned of the plan and made use of it to commit murder. That is how strongly the criminal element runs the blood of the Gamari.
Objection!
But if it was a secret prank plan, then very few people knew about it. Couldn't you have been the one to use it for murder instead? Ugh! Yikes! His head! What the heck was that? Heed my words, lawyer lad, for I fear you grasp on reality slipping. You believe I told you that my magic is real. Please, neither trick nor gimmick. Enough with the ambiguity. Why don't you make your point already? My alibi is as pristine as ever. Wouldn't you agree, Prosecutor Sudmati? I suppose that the witness does have a solid alibi. What? The call defense said at the time of the magic show, Mr. Redness was at Take-Two TV. The fact that many people can easily attest. Yeah. Right, I forgot all about that. You think, Your Honor? Would you like me to testify on that? Yes, I think you'd better. Please tell the court more about your alibi. Very well then. On with the show. Are you watching Magnifique Ramari? Time has finally come for my magic. Snuff out of your precious pedigree. Grimari line will be no more. My perfect alibi. I was at the TV station at the time of the performance. I was busy working on another TV. I could spare no time. You asked my staff about my. There it is. Simple, perfect alibi. Quick, just. You understand now, perhaps? Didn't really give us anything. I did not grace the theater with my presence until after the. So how could I have committed the murder? Staff did say he was there. So it sure does sound like a rock-solid alibi. It can't be right. Mr. Retinas is the. He'd had to have been at the theater. Gotta be a hole somewhere in his story. Assure you there are no holes on Mr. Prius's stage. Damn it. True magic doesn't need trapdoors to escape through. Do enjoy my show too. My real alibi. Got the Allegro version.
Hold it!
But you did come to the theater eventually, isn't that right? See. Anxious to see how the show was progressing. See. My journey took about 10 minutes. He actually had been at the theater during those 10 minutes telling the victim. Allow me a stab at reading your mind. Aha. I had been at the theater during those 10 minutes killing the victim? How in the... Oh, but no. I took it back. The driver can attest to that. Feel free to call the taxi company if my word does not satisfy you. The driver is a big fan of the Raiding Raja. I even gave him my card. He gave the driver his card? That was very clever of him. You might as well give up, lad, questioning real magic. Besides, you know very well what I was doing at the time of the incident. What was this other TV show you were working on? My own special project. Hi. One more. Perhaps this is fun. It's a Ratings Raja special production. Yeah. Hang loose, baby. It's called Desperation Regeneration. Switch personas just to say that? What's the show about? Washed up has-been singers and comedians get together and play musical chairs. The winner of the game is given a second chance at their career. Priceless prize comes from washed up too early in life. Sounds great, right? Might I suggest you appear on this show, Mr. Justice? As the ex-lawyer who used to make ridiculous bluffs in court and faded sadly into purity. And let the Rating Rajas produce my TV debut? Not in this lifetime. You have great reactions. Who knows? TV might be your true calling. Hey, whose side are you on? In any case, I was overseeing production of the program during the Penrose performance.
Hold it!
How do we know those staff members aren't in cahoots with you? I make it my business to perform solo. My magic has neither need nor want of assistance. After all, one of them would reveal the secrets behind my magic. Would they not? He doesn't trust anybody, huh? He's the complete opposite of truth. There were many people there in the studio audience who saw the witness as well. Even if he had been able to persuade his own staff to cover for him, he could not have convinced so many complete strangers to do this. He really has made a rock-solid alibi for himself. Yeah, it's almost too good, you know? Scary how perfect it is. Has all been revealed to you now?
Hold it!
I've got it. You have a brother? A brother that looks exactly like you, maybe. Again, with the twins business. You think the audience will let you get away with using that same gimmick twice in a row? You do not believe him. Why not investigate for yourself? So, I am sure your efforts will prove to be thoroughly fruitless. Yeah, I guess the twin theory is a little far-fetched. His alibi really is airtight. I believe we've heard enough. While I believe the witness does indeed harbor some ill will against the defendant, there is no reason to doubt that he was at the TV station at the time of the incident. Yes, the facts prove it was impossible for the witness to have been involved with this crime. These last rites for the victim have dragged on long enough. The soul of the victim himself is so bored that it is resting on top of his head. It is the same face he made when Blackwell's hawk was sitting on his head. The time has come. Let us punish the sinner and guide the victim's soul to the twilight realm. Follow! Fish will be thrown in prison. We'll be out of a job. But if you catch tasty fishes, will you sell me some at a good price? I told you, I have absolutely zero intention of going off on a tuna boat. Think, Justice. You have to figure this out. It's no use. Can't find a single flaw. So what now? Behold my never-ending majesty. Come to the awe-inspiring swordsmanship of the great Mr. Reader. Save from a grand illusion. And Wait, is he saying that we're still trapped inside some sort of illusion of his? That's what professional magicians do. They make their audience see something that isn't really there. In other words, to make us the illusion, right? We call it misdirection. While we keep you busy believing one thing, we're busy making something else happen. What we say is there really isn't. And what we say isn't there actually is. Could it be? You know what, Mr. Redness? I guess we have all been spectators to an elaborate illusion, and you prepared for us. An illusion that has subtly turned our attention towards something you want us to see. What are you going on about, lad? Have you got something, Apollo? Just remember something Trucy said about misdirection. What a magician says is there really isn't. And what they say isn't their act, really is. We've all been taken for a ride by Mr. Retina's magic. Maybe he's made us see something that wasn't really there. Time to rethink all my assumptions about this case. What have we been made to believe was there when it actually wasn't? What have we taken to be the absolute fact of the case? I reevaluate the validity of all of these things. Just maybe. Tina, something uncanny about this case. Okay, what is it? And his alibi. Too perfect. It's true. Like it's impossible to break, no matter how hard we try. Maybe that's the trick. Maybe that's exactly what he wants us to think. Not following. We're not making any headway here because we've been so focused on breaking his alibi. Oh, I think I get it. You're saying he's using misdirection on us, right? Definitely a possibility. You mean Nayuta? Y-U-T-A? Because his whole entire goal is to suspect or convict Trucy, not the witness. Would the defense care to share with everyone what it's discussing over there? Your Honor, we believe that if we were to reconsider a certain assumption, we may finally arrive at the truth. In fact, I think we'll even finally see who's hiding behind the curtain. See, the Wizard of Oz moment! And what is this certain of such assumption you're thinking? This is the one key assumption we've been taking for granted this whole time. Once you figure this out, Dai, you are going to be mind blown. And not just a simple mind blown, one that probably can't be repaired. You want to take Plushy's answer? The actual scene of the crime wasn't the theater, but the TV station. If Mr. Retinas brought the victim's body to the theater after the fact. Foolish lawyer. For the truth, then what about the body you witnessed during the show? Don't you know it's rude to ask how a trick is done, Prosecutor Sadmati? And don't you know it's rude to make a far-fetched claims, Mr. Justice? I'll brush up on courtroom manners 101 again, just for your honor. Alright, so the murder could have really only taken place at the theater, which means this is the only key assumption we've been taking for granted this whole time. So now we got down to 2. Unseen? What if the culprit was somewhere other than the theater at the time of the crime? What if there was some way to commit the murder without actually being there? If that were the case, then Mr. Retina's perfect alibi would become irrelevant.
Objection!
How could one person stab another to death with a sword without physically being? Furthermore, we all saw what appears to be the culprit's shadow in the
Objection!
But couldn't we just as easily assume that the shadow does not belong to the culprit? Well, if it's not the culprit, then whose is? I'm not 100% sure. I'm pretty sure I'm on the right track. We've all seen something that looks like this shadowy shape before, Your Honor, during the magic show itself. In that case, please point it out in the show footage for us. This is the thing that looks suspiciously similar to the shadowy figure of the culprit. Actually, I can pause it right there. What does it look like? What do you think it is from this scene alone?
Take that!
Mr. Justice, how does that even remotely resemble the shadow figure? I thought it looked pretty similar. Do you not think so? Not in the slightest. Huh? That's fine. It looked pretty shady to me. Oh, we're wrong. And your logic is even shadier. Ugh, maybe I should try slowing the video down and making a better look. But the answer is technically correct. doing it. I don't know. Thought I saw another shadow figure. Yeah. So we have a shadow figure here, which is, we assume that it's Mr. Hat, right? Okay. That's when she spotted the body. So she's still on stage here. So there's the other figure. So yes, which mostly resembles Mr. Hat. What segment in the footage am I supposed to present if it's, because it's supposed to be Mr. Hat? Because there is no other thing in the video that it could be. There's two sets of shadows. The first one could be something else. The second one could also be something else too, but I don't know which segment of the video I need to present. Do you remember, Andy? Which segment of this video do I need to present? Because I can't just present Mr. Hat. Because apparently they want me to present a certain part of the video. Because there's two shadowy figures. So they actually want that? Okay.
Take that!
Doesn't this shadow resemble the suspicious shadowy figure? Now that you mention it, it does, doesn't it? Miss Wright, could you identify this shadow for the court? I believe that's Mr. Hat's shadow. It's from when he's been pulled up from the stage to the catwalk overhead by wire. Then could this shadow that's shown later in the footage be Mr. Hat too? No, that's not possible. After Mr. Hat was pulled up to the catwalk, he stayed up there. In other words, the second shadow is from some other figure being pulled up. Some other figure? I'm afraid you'll need to be more specific than that, Mr. Justice. He's right. We've come this far. I'll just have to figure it out from the clues I have on hand. What is the second shadow shown in the footage? What do you think it is, Di? Do you think it's the dead body? Now we got 2 strikes left. Are you willing to make that risk? If we consider what was happening on the stage at the time, there is only one answer. The shadow belonged to the fake Mr. Rios. In other words, Mr. Man of Mystery. The victim? Please take a look at the prank plan script. Mr. Mystery was to pretend to be dead and then fly up into the air after that. Isn't that right, Mr. Retinas? Indeed. And what of it? I contend that that's exactly what happened. The victim was wearing a stunt harness around his waist. It was most likely attached to a stunt wire so that he could be pulled up into the air. So, you're suggesting that after pretending to be dead in the coffin, the victim flew up into the air just as the prank script says? Exactly. You just couldn't see him go flying up because the dragon was blocking her view. And that last trick, ladies and gentlemen, is the true pièce de resonance of the culprit's murderous magic show. So, he was still alive on the stage. Throughout that entire performance, he was still alive. Don't tell me. You've got it all figured out? Yes, I think so. If we can just look beyond Mr. Retinas' last bit of misdirection, we should finally be able to see the real truth. The victim must have been pulled up to the catwalk, just like Mr. Hat, and hit the cushion up there with the considerable force. I just have to figure out what else happened up there at the time. Are you ready to elaborate, Mr. Justice? Yes, Your Honor. I'm ready. In that case, please answer me this. Why did the culprit make the victim fly up into the air like that? Well, the whole presence of that thing wasn't exactly to hide the body. While he wasn't exactly falsifying an alibi, he did have an alibi, but it's to create the illusion of an alibi. So, was his intent to murder? Just why did the culprit have to fly up after he appeared in the coffin? And how did the victim actually die? When he was only pretending to be dead in the coffin? If we can figure out how these two questions relate, the answers should be clear. But is he? Mr. Mistress must have thought he was still just part of a prank when he appeared on stage. He probably didn't suspect a thing as he was being pulled into the air. After Miss Wright was called backstage, and just as the set piece fell, but the culprit had already planned the real murder weapon in a cushion in the catwalk. Probably a knife or a blade of some sort. What? You mean? Yes, it really was a magical murder. Just as the prank script said, Mr. Mistress was whisked up into the air. I will appear in the suspicious empty coffin should cast a big ruckus. After capturing a bit of Trucy's reaction on film, Mr. Rios will come back to life, laughing, flying up into the air, causing another round of surprise. He can laugh. And straight into a blade there in the catwalk. In other words, this murder was committed remotely through the use of a magic trick. What? Remotely? Use this method and it wouldn't matter where Mr. Retinas was at the time of death. Yeah. Well, how exactly does it work, Mr. Justice? Just before the murder occurred, the dragon set piece was up in the catwalk. It and Mr. Menno of Mistress were connected to each other by a wire at the time. By carrying out the prank plan, Betty made the dragon set piece fall. Caused Mr. Mistress to rocket straight up. He didn't know. And into the blade, into the cushion. cushion was high up enough to be hidden from the audience's view. That's why nobody saw the blade. Oh, then that big gash in Mr. Hat's cape? The blade must have been set up overhead sometime before the magic show. Mr. Hat must have been flashed by it too, when he was pulled up to the cushion. I can't believe it. I had no idea. No, it wasn't the puppet. It was the dragon. Because the victim and the dragon were on the same suspension wire. So when the dragon went down, he had to go up because the dragon had to have cable to go down. I was told it would freak out if I made this set piece fall. That's the only reason why I did it. You were used, Teddy. Roger Redness used you. I thought he was my little puppet to boss around, but it was the other way around. After the incident occurred, Mr. Redness arrived at the theater. He got the murder weapon and swapped the rubber sword with the bloodied steel one. That also when he lowered the victim's body down to the stage. But how did he have time to do all that? When the set piece fell, the audience was evacuated from the building. He was able to do all those things after the fact because there was no one around to see. A horrific murder camouflaged by a spectacular magic show? That sounds like the kind of murder only a magician could pull off. As long as the show proceeded as it was scripted, Mistress was doomed to die. That's why it was you, Mr. Redness, who killed the victim. All the way from the TV station. This prank plan, or should I say murder plan, proves your murderous intent. Amore!
Satorai mao mandomo samashi de tashi no ketare gaseo soroka!
Enough. You dim-witted, ignorant, indelicate, crude red pepper. You can't possibly have a counter argument. Talk about knowing when to let go and move on, like Elsa. You have a rebuttal or something, Prosecutor Sadmati? No blade of any kind was found in the catwalk. Well, of course not! It was taken down before you guys arrived! Isn't that what Apollo just said? Which means you have no evidence to support your theory. But Mr. Redness retrieved it after the fact. Which still leaves you no way to prove your wildly fantastic remote murder theory. But without proof, does it not make more sense that the murder was committed there? That's where the blood-stained sword was found at. That is a very good point. As the only person who could have committed the crime there on the stage, Lucy Wright remains the prime suspect. would appear that what you call truth is little more than a parlor trick. In the end, you have done nothing to prove the accuser's innocence. It is time, at last, to let go and move on, like else. Are you seeing this, magnifique Grimoire? My magic is exacting punishment on your granddaughter. The Grimoire name is done for. Apollo, we need to hit them with a decisive piece of evidence. I know. That's just what I'm thinking. Mr. Justice, do you or do you not have anything to prove that the witness committed this remote murder you propose? Of course I do, Your Honor. This entire incident was carried out exactly according to the script. Right, so theoretically, there should be no evidence for us to find or use, which means our best bet is to see if something unscripted happened. There's gotta be something Redness couldn't have foreseen. Once I find it, that's how I'll expose his murderous trick. Get ready, Miss Redness, because I'm about to reveal the secret to your magic. There are no tricks or gimmicks here. Just some good old-fashioned logic. As long as the magic show went as scripted, the murder would happen without fail. Everything in this case was carefully planned so that no evidence would be left behind. Still, one thing happened that definitely wasn't planned. What part of the magic show wasn't a part of the show's original script? Now, remember what script he's talking about. So, remember what script he's referring to, okay? Because we have two different scripts, okay? One script says that the set piece wasn't supposed to fall. Another one does say the set piece is supposed to fall. We're specifically talking about the original script, it says. So, there's also one other thing that wasn't accounted for. We'll get to that set piece falling. Because that seems like a very obvious thing, is to say the set piece falling, which it did, but there's something else that wasn't really accounted for. Bonnie's mistake. Bonnie made a mistake during Trushy's escape trick. What mistake did Bonnie make during the magic trick? No, it was at the positioning of Mr. Hat. Because Mr. Hat was scheduled to be on the left side of the coffin, and he was on the right side of the coffin. And Trushy had to rearrange things so she was positioned on the right side of the coffin. Because Bonnie placed Mr. Hat to the right of the coffin instead of the left, Trucy had to reappear on the side of the coffin opposite to the one in the show's script. But the culprit didn't know that when he first arrived at the theater, which means he was bound to make a slip-up when he tampered with the crime scene. Which part of the culprit's cover-up attempt was affected by Trucy's new position? Remember, this was not talked about in this trial at all. They have not even mentioned it in the trial at all. We just had it set in an evidence collecting dust. That should be your clue. No. Remember, we said that the blood in the coffin hole is fabricated. We've had this sitting in evidence collecting dust, and it was not even talked about during the trial. Nope, that's incorrect. No, that's not right. Even if Trucy's position changed, I wouldn't have picked it. Okay. So in that case, which part of the culprit's cover-up intent? Get it in the show footage? Oh, I guess you were right, Di. Discrepancy between the two videos, two positions. The blood was, we figured out that the blood was fabricated though, wasn't it? The blood was on the wrong side of the coffin. Okay. That's what he's getting at. Thinking Trucy had appeared on the left, the culprit must have put the blood in the left hole. But the blood was eventually discovered in the right hole during the police investigation. The killer had originally put the blood on the left side. That means he must have tampered with the scene again afterwards to make it line up with the facts. So did he turn the coffin around? Must have. To make the crime scene consistent with the facts, the culprit must have... I just said it. Here we go. That's right. The left and right panels of the coffin were interchangeable. The culprit must have switched the two panels to make the bloodstain fit the fact. But the switch must have also given rise to something unnatural. Oh, I remember now. There was something unnatural about the coffin, and it's just the evidence I need. We can't see the second footage. No blood there. Were we able to see blood in the... We don't have it. Sorry, misreadness, but I have some very conclusive proof of your guilt. Another bluff, is it? No way you have anything of that kind. My magic is brilliant. No. There are tricks and gimmicks to it, just like any other illusion. What? After the murder, you switched the left and right panels of the coffin, didn't you? Ugh. Because you did, you left behind something very unnatural for us to find. The proof that Roger Retinas tampered with the crime scene after the murder took place. We talked about this. a little early, but it's a piece of evidence been sitting in it's an evidence that hasn't been talked about. Oh, it's right here.
Take that!
Well, that proves the witness tampered with the crime scene? Yes, Your Honor, and I will explain how in just a sec. Oh. Got it wrong. What an amateur, I can see right through it. Right through what? Okay, I got the wrong one. Your gimmick, your fluff, whatever you want to call it. Or should I call it what it is, a lie? But I'm not. Burn. Ow! Apollo, your forehead, it's on fire! Put it out! Put it out! You're burning through my patience, defense. Are you alright? I feel like serving of Apollo justice, but at least my hair is alright, right? I'll try right this time, Your Honor. Proves that Roger Stratton has tampered with the crime scene after the murder took place. So, I picked the wrong one. It was not there. Right here. Fingerprint result? What about the fingerprints is unnatural? Let's take a look at the prints that the victim left inside the coffin, shall we? If the victim was facing forward in the coffin, his prints should have looked like this. However, what we found was they were facing the opposite direction. Quite unnatural for the prints to be facing this way, wouldn't you agree? Ugh. It is strange, isn't it? But how did they get this way? They got this way because the culprit thought the magic show had gone according to the script. The culprit thought Mr. Hat would be on the left side of the coffin, and that Miss Wright would also pop up to the left of the coffin, as per the show's script. He then assumed she had thrust the sword into the hole on the left side of the coffin. That's why he put blood in the left hole when he was trying to cover up his crime. But sometime after leaving the blood stain, the culprit must have realized his mistake. He found out that due to Bonnie's mistake, Mr. Hat was to the right of the coffin. And that despite the script, Miss Wright had thrust the sword into the hole under the right. In short, the hole with the blood in it was on the opposite side, the one that Trucy used. To make the blood's location fit the fact, he had to tamper with the evidence yet again. So he tried to cover his tracks by switching the coffin's left and right panels. Oh, and that's how the fingerprints in the coffin ended up backwards. Because the culprit switched the two side panels around, the prints ended up facing the opposite direction. But instead of going through all that trouble with the panels, why didn't the culprit just wipe the blood away and redo it on the other side? I'm afraid that wouldn't have worked, Your Honor, because of a little something called luminol testing. Oh, right, luminol. I almost forgot. Luminol can detect traces amounts of blood even if it has been wiped away, right? That's right. Wiping the blood away would have only served as proof of his meddling. How about it, Mr. Redness? I did a pretty good job figuring out your trick, didn't I?
Objection!
Trucy Wright could have done the same just as easy. You have no proof that it was this witness who tampered with the evidence.
Objection!
Ah, but I do have proof. What? A person who was in the magic show would never have made the mistake of putting the blood on the wrong side. Least of all Miss Wright, who surely would have remembered she was on the other side. Oh my, you're absolutely right. Why, you impudent. I'm sure you realize by now, Prosecutor Sudmani, that your claim that Miss Wright is the true culprit just doesn't hold up. You are the...
Objection!
Really? Miss Wright and I? Because I think you're the one with a ticket there for trying to convict an innocent girl. Ah! The prosecutor said, Marty, are you all right? As for the true culprit, he is someone who knew how the show was supposed to go, but didn't actually see it. And someone who had the chance to tamper with the crime scene after the incident. The only person who fits the bill is you, Roger Ratness. Grimari! All the secrets to your tricks have been revealed. And with no tricks left, I'm afraid your show has been canceled permanently. Yeah. Oh, secrets have been revealed, you say? Huh. Don't make me laugh. Mine is the true real magic. There are no secrets to reveal. Behold, ladies and gentlemen, the true power of the great Mr. Riaz. Witness is a magic far greater than Trooping Grimari. Burn. Tumble. Fall to my furious flame. The great Mr. Riaz will burn an end to you all. And now for the final heir to the Grimari name. Right here, right now, you too. Now huh? No, that wasn't right. No, I didn't do anything wrong. No, it wasn't my fault. I'm not the one to blame. I'm the victim here. What? No! Curse you, Grimari! Curse those Grimari. Oh, because of them, even now, they wound me. Curse them all to the abyss. Really hate us that much? Does your hatred run that deep? Deep enough to kill an innocent man? Yeah, I'm right. You have no idea what humiliation suffered. Your grandfather, Magnific Grimari, took me out after I got hurt practicing. Said I was too unsafe, that I would mess up on him. Threw me out of the just because worried about his own reputation. Since I was a child, it was always my dream to be a great magician. Then Magnifique took it all. But that's no excuse. That's no reason to do something so evil. Magic is supposed to make people happy, Not used as a means for murder. What's the big deal? Just use what I had available to me. That's all. I get it now. That attitude toward madness is why my grandfather kicked you out. You don't deserve to call yourself a magician. Don't serve? Don't know about that. After all, you were completely taken in. But for the lawyer over there, you would be on your way to prison as we speak. You're right. I didn't. In the end, Drippy Grimari was defeated by the great mystery. You're not fit to lecture me. Come on. You don't even deserve to call yourself. Take that, Grimari. If anyone needs to learn to let it go and move on, Poured in my prison, both burn into the flames of my creation. Rayla, take Mr. Retinas away and bring a fire extinguisher just to be safe. Looks like we've reached the end. Feel as though I've been watching a grand magic. It's close. Just barely made it through somehow. Why does Chrissy look so down? Wait. Yes, Your Honor? I'm about to announce my verdict. Could I see that wonderful... Could I see that wonderful smile of yours? That smile of a true entertainer, as I do? Yes, Your Honor. So then, this court finds the defendant Lucy right. Court is adjourned. April 28th, District Court. Defendant Lobby, number 3. Thank you for everything, Polly. Oh, Trucy! That's the ado! Now you can open your show tomorrow, just as planned. Yep, and it's all thanks to you two. Oh, now that Mr. Trees is gone, find someone to replace him. I don't like the way she's looking at me. Missy? Sorry about everything. Hey, what are you apologizing for? Roger Retinas used us. We're twins too. We're victims too. He even made me an accomplice to murder. But Betty, you have to take some of the blame for this too, you know? Even if we didn't know he was planning to kill Mr. Stern, we did cooperate with him. my fault, isn't it? Neither of you two is to blame. The only one is in the wrong is the person who used magic and murder. Roger Renton. Don't you think I know that? Say what you want, but don't think for a second that I don't still hate you. I guess she really does hate you. Daddy, why? You used to be a huge fan of Juicy. Hey, shut up. I've always hated her. Really? What if she hadn't seen Juicy's magic show? She never would have tried to become professional magicians herself, right? Speak for yourself. But Betty, you still... Just shut up. Was she acting that way this whole time because she secretly loves Juicy? Wow, Juicy. Never knew that being the best could be so tough. Come on, Bonnie. We're leaving. We have to get ready for tomorrow's show. You're really excited about performing with Juicy again, aren't you? That's not true. So zip it, dummy. Polly, do you think I really am a naive greenhorn? Huh? No way. She's not. After all, you were completely taken in by magic. Not for the lawyer over there, you would be on your way to prison. Right. I didn't see. See? Again, the Grimari was defeated by the great. Not fit to lecture from on high, Miss Chrissy, right? You don't deserve to call yourself a magician, you naive greenhorn. Chrissy, don't tell me you're taking what Redness said to you heart. Oh. I didn't see through his trick, and I let myself be taken in by his magic. I can't trust myself anymore. Right to tell me. You shouldn't take stock into his words. He doesn't even know the first thing about you. Huh? You're a wonderful Grimari magician. You should be proud of yourself. Thank you. Oh, what makes you say that? I know you're a wonderful Grimari magician because of this. We already know this, right, Di? This shouldn't take time to think, right? We only get one chance at this. Why is she a great magician? That's basically what he's asking.
Take that!
My grandfather's notebook? Grimari Creed. True entertainer always keeps a smile on their face. Perform your magic trick in court today. Show the world your dedication to your Creed. Even though all that jeering, get the smile on your face. Won the crowd over. You are everything Magna Fee could have hoped for. In an air, you're a great magician. Great magician? See? You really are. That's why. You don't have to worry about what Fred said. Holly, thank you. Oh. done it without you. I could have lost my nerve if I hadn't rode up there. But I was able to keep on smiling because of you. Me? I remember what you said to me in the detention center. After all, you're sure you swapped the swords, right? Yes, I remember doing it. And I just know it wasn't your fault, Tracy. But how can you say that? We don't have any proof it wasn't me. I mean, I know you're a great lawyer, Polly, but I believe in you. Believe in your skills as a professional musician. I'm going to prove you're innocent. Don't worry. You're going to be fine. Your words were what kept me going. Apollo, thank you from the bottom of my heart. Now I can be everything I was intended. Lucy's real smile is the best. So glad I could help make that happen. Emma? I'm really sorry for everything. Oh, why? Oh, I wasn't able to trust that Marty what a good person. I had to testify against you. There's nothing to apologize for. You were just doing your job. You're too kind. Oh, I don't know about... Huh? Is something wrong, Emma? Oh! Prosecutor Sadmati, what are you doing here? Detective Spy. Yes? Why are your forensic? Prosecutor. Wait, Prosecutor Sadmati. The trial is over, Mr. No, I understand. No further news. Kinda sounds like Manfred von Karma, right? Because Manfred von Karma does not speak with the defense on any personal level. Strangers? Have you really forgotten all about me? What? You've really changed how you're talking. Telling me to let go and stuff. What happened to you? Oh, lawyer of him. I have nothing to say to you. Curious, Nayuta? Now, if you will excuse me. Here he goes. What was that all about, Apollo? How do you know Prosecutor Sadmati? Let's just say we're old acquaintance. Acquaintance? It's like something more than that. Yeah, well, I don't like to talk about your past because you always change the subject. Guess I'll have to talk about it sometime. No. Come on, let's forget about the past and celebrate Trucy's. Sure. If you say so. Hey, it's Mr. Wright. Put him on speakerphone, Apollo. What's up, Mr. Wright? Apollo. Oh, how's Trucy? What happened at the trial? Did you get a not guilty verdict? Mr. Wright, slow down. Everything is fine. Hi, Daddy. I'm okay now. He was found not guilty in a very dramatic turnabout. Last, we saved the office. It was a great victory for Apollo. You. That's a load off my mind. I can't thank you enough, Apollo. Now I know I can trust you to hold down the fort anytime. Me? Really? Yes, you. You're a real full-fledged lawyer now in my eyes. A full-fledged lawyer? I still can't wrap my mind around it. Thank goodness you were there to take care of everything. Thank you, Apollo. No need to go that far, boss. Especially not in front of everyone. Oh, and by the way, I won't be able to make it to tomorrow's show, so I was hoping you could go. Do that for me, won't you? Of course. I wouldn't miss it for the world. Full-fledged. Daddy asked you to come to tomorrow's show, huh? As my assistant, right? No, he just asked me to go cheer you on. Okay, then I'll be sure to save you the best seat in the house, Polly. Best seat in the house? Really appreciate the thought, but good. Then it's settled. April 29th, Penrose Theater, stage.
Objection!
I should have known. That this is what she meant. Magic Girl Tracy Wright will now perform her greatest illusion yet. There are no tricks or gimmicks here, ladies and gentlemen. This is real magic. Wait a minute, you're kidding me, right? This is a trick or gimmick, right? I'm too young to die. Now then, Mr. Hat, you know what to do with that sword. No, wait, stop! No! And that is how Tootsie and Grimari landed on a rousing high note. The big round of applause and Polly's ear-screaming, piercing scream. What kind of an ending is that? Okay. Alrighty then. Well, that trial hung over longer than I anticipated. So it doesn't look like we're gonna have time to do RPG Maker tonight. So you might as well let Phoenix know that it's gonna be postponed tomorrow. So what do you think of that trial? What do you think? That case is a little shorter than what you were expecting, though. Although the next one's going to be pretty long. Well, not as long, probably as normal as a normal case, but that was short because there was only 2 um chapters. Well, the chapter didn't end at the recess. I didn't get a chapter ending at the recess. I didn't want to. I go until the end of the I go to the end of the chapter. So the chapter didn't end at the recess, so I go to the end of the chapter. So it's going on 5 hours, so it's not that bad. It's not that bad. No, it'll be 5. Maybe it is going on 6. Never mind. Maybe it is going on 6. Okay. But anyways, that's going to be it for this game. Till next week. You liked it? You like Betty and Bonnie? You like the Bunny Twins? A lot of people seem to like the Bunny Twins. Favorites? Too bad they're only 1 in, and they're not seen again. Okay. Down. Easy mode. No. Alright. Lag. Hey. No. 2. Here. 2. Why it didn't move everything over here, but probably. That's alright. He needs this. Anyways, that's it for the rest of the week. DJ's Mansion 2 tomorrow. Wednesday. 4.hat. And Thursday is going to be Aria Sorrows, since I started that last week because I realized I could not do the perfect ending because I had done the 2 castles in reverse. So now that I know that, if I go back and play the Game Boy Advance version and try to beat it, I will do B before A to get the best ending. And Friday, hopefully the multi-tap comes in so you can play with Hera die. We'll be able to, you two will be able to do the sim, okay? So, no, push it 2 weeks. And waiting to get it finished. Very close to finishing it, and then I should have verified to make sure that the memory card was still active on the emulator. But Windows Update likes to screw things up. That's what I don't like about Windows Update. But you guys all have a wonderful night. Take care. Bye.